Welcome, everyone. I'm Top Dog Shattuck, and this is a friendly discussion about do demons exist? And with me is Martine.
Hello everyone, I'm Martin and I'm an industrial engineer and uh, and I do research sometimes about demons. English is my second language, so excuse me if I sometimes make mistakes. But yeah, I wish that demons didn't exist, but unfortunately for my research, there's just too much evidence, and I wish people could explain it away for me. Um, in the past, I always thought like demons are just mental illness, okay, and that's how I explained it in a way. But from my research that I later did, there's just too much evidence that that explanation doesn't help me anymore. Like it doesn't doesn't convince me anymore. I wish it was true that it's just mental illness. So yeah, today I'll discuss and provide some a lots of evidence for demons, and then I would love to hear some good explanations of how we can explain it away because I truly don't want them to exist. Just like I truly don't want Hitler to exist. So if someone can explain Hitler away from me for me, then I would also be very glad. So yeah. Um, so let me start with yeah. So like I said, I did test on indirect tests on demons. Like, but doing I wish I could do more tests on, but it's like doing tests on drugs. Like I wish I could do personal tests on every drug, but it's like super dangerous to do that. So what I do is rather listen to other people that do tests on them and learn from that. So yeah, I do. I've done what I've done also is like I don't know if you guys Top Dog, have you seen like Emily Rose, the movie Emily Rose or not?
Nope, I don't think I have.
You should watch it. But anyway, what I did is I made my family watch it with me, and it's about a true story about a girl that was they supposedly demonically possessed. And after we watched that, uh, we would like wake up for like 3 nights in a row at 3 o'clock, and it scared the hell out of me. But then I wanted to test if it's just a movie, like subconsciously putting 3 o'clock in your head so that it happens. You understand? So what
Mm-hmm.
I talked to other people and they didn't even finish the movie and they also woke up at 3 o'clock. So then I wanted to do more tests and so I wanted to do a test on my friend. And before he even watched the movie, the night before, I said, "Okay, let's do tests on you." He also woke up at 3 a.m. and he didn't want to do the test anymore because it freaked him out too much. Then I did a test on my other friend, and he had a crazy experience. He woke up at 3 a.m. and there was like there was like a light next to a clock, and there was a vase also there. So he contacted me late at night, and he was super scared. And he said the light went on next to the clock at 3 a.m. and the vase fell. And I don't know, I just started laughing because I've never heard that before, like in my whole life. And yeah, so he was super scared. I just gave him some videos of uh, how to not be scared of this stuff. So yeah, and then there's also these. I don't think there's ghosts exist. I just think it's demons. I don't think aliens exist. I just think it's demons. Like if you use Jesus' name in that experience, the whole experience stops. Like scientists that studied aliens, they thought this experience couldn't be stopped once it started. But if you call out for Jesus, the whole experience stops. So I just think it's like a demonic experience. But you can post a link so they can join us for the friendly discussion.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. So that was, and I've seen other people waking up at 3 a.m. as well. There's like a guy that said he had stage 4 cancer, and he would wake up 3 nights in a row at 3 a.m. and he thought it's God that's waking him up and putting him in pain. But I don't think it's God. I think it's demons wanting him to be in pain at 3 a.m. in the morning. But yeah, so there's a lot of 3 o'clock. I think demons hate the triune God, so they do a lot of stuff in threes. They would like scratch people in threes, wake them up at 3 a.m., scare the hell out of them, stuff like that. That's from my research. If you want to figure out who the true creator is, then you probably should look at if demons exist and who they hate the most. Like that would be good evidence to who the true creator is, because they would hate the true creator. If that makes sense.
Well, before we go too far, we need to know what demon means to you, I guess, in reality.
Okay.
What description, I mean.
I think there's like, okay, I hope someone can join us. Hey, Ed. You say demons don't exist. I think there's like, okay, yo, someone can join us. Hey, Ed. It's demons don't exist. Ed, put off your...
I had to mute him. Sorry.
Ed, you have to put off your stuff. You're getting, what do you call it?
Feedback.
Echo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ed, can you fix that? Getting, what do you call it? No, we can still. I can still hear myself. I don't like yelling myself.
I'm working on it.
Okay, it sounds better now.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I don't think we hear the feedback anymore.
Okay, yeah, I think it works now. No, I hear myself.
Oh, it was just not loud enough, I guess. Yep, still feedback.
You should perhaps try earphones or...
Nope.
Okay, left. Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, but so while he's away, we can probably... I would like to watch 2 videos that provide some evidence. One I made providing just a starter of the amount of evidence there is for demons. I hope someone can explain it away from me. Yeah, would that be okay? What,
yeah,
stop.
But I'm saying I've been through this in my life too. Lots of experiences of finding out if it's real or not, but never had an actual experience that I would consider demon experience or whatever.
But you never messed around with the cult stuff or what? Or did you go and mess around with this? Okay, that's good. But a lot of other people mess around with this stuff, and then they testify to having crazy experiences, like hearing voices, and even like Steve-O says he came in contact with demons, and he says for sure there's demons because the voices would tell him to go kill himself, and he said it was super dark and gnarly to hear those voices, but he enjoyed it. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, you didn't have the description yet. You didn't bring that up, did you? Because we got interrupted with Ed of what a demon is.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I think demons are like our soul is immaterial, and a demon is like a spirit. We have also a spirit controlling this robotic body. Our robotic body has no free will. It just follows commands. It follows our commands. When you tell it to move your hand, it moves your hand. And there's also machines in each finger in your hand that follow the DNA's commands. So it builds it, so you break your finger, it will fix itself. So yeah, I think there is an immaterial part to us, just like there's demons are immaterial. But this is stuff that I still don't understand fully, because there's a lot of stuff we don't fully understand, like dark matter. How does dark matter work? There's something immaterial pushing the whole universe apart. You understand?
Ed's back.
So, hello, Ed. Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
No, Ed.
Oh, him. Yeah.
Hi. Am I better now? Am
Yeah,
I
I can hear
audible?
Yes, it's
Yep.
much better. You crashed the whole
Fantastic.
stream. No, I'm joking.
Yes.
What did you want to ask, Ed? Did you hear my definition that I gave? It's perhaps not perfect.
I'm having some feedback and I don't know how to fix it. Yes, you said it's immaterial and that's not enough.
Like, we can only see like a small part of light.
That's not enough.
Okay, you again.
It's,
Double.
it's back.
It's back.
Yeah.
But like we can only see like a short certain part of wavelengths of light. The rest we can't see, and the same for sounds. Now that's just wavelengths and sounds. So there's a lot of stuff we can't see, and I think our technology is picking up the rest. So I think it's harder and harder for demons to hide away because they're hiding in these these wavelengths that we can't see. So that's why you get all these these flippin' these shows that they're ghost hunting and stuff with technology because they're trying to and they think it's ghosts. I just think it's demons acting like dead people so that we can talk to them, so they can influence us. You would hear a lot of people telling you about them contacting their dead loved ones. It's just demons, in my opinion. From my research, it's just demons tricking people into talking to them so they can influence them. Okay, where's Ed?
I don't. He's trying to figure out how to fix the sound. So for himself,
Otherwise,
it looks like too.
we could perhaps look at a short video so long, relatively short, and you can stop it whenever you want. Like last time, it was good to hear your feedback at Top Dog, so you can stop it whenever you want, and then counter it and stuff. I hope the video is not too offensive to atheists. Please don't be offended, atheists. It's really
I
hard.
don't get offended.
Okay, I'm glad because I don't like offending atheists, but like sometimes I kick them to try and wake them up, and then they get offended and they ban me sometimes from Discord or something. So hopefully you don't get offended. Should I send you the link? Then we can. It's my.
You can control it. Can you send it through, or unless you're on a cell phone, can you feedback?
I can send it to your private chat.
I mean, stream it. I mean, share your screen.
But I would like you to stream it so that you can stop it whenever you like last time. Doesn't that?
Okay.
And this is not copyrighted, so I think we won't get in trouble. David Wood, it's a David Wood. I don't know if you heard about him, but he doesn't copyright his stuff. So yeah, this is just a video that's gonna explain some of the the problem that providing evidence. It's like I can provide as much evidence for demons as I can, but people will, if they have huge enough biases against demons, then they would just try and explain it away without good explanations. So, okay, just watch anyway the video. You will understand what I'm trying to say. The poor guy is trying to join the stream the whole time.
Here's the video.
It's muted, the video, it seems.
Yeah, I gotta have things set up for something else. Okay, I'm muting. And didn't know if Ed had something to say before we go live. Go play.
Yeah, it can say something. Are you there?
Am I audible?
Yes,
yep, there you are.
I can hear an echo of you. I fucking hate technology. Technology is the worst. Technology is the demons in fact.
That could be almost like another definition of the word demon. Something that we don't like.
Yes.
or
Yeah,
something that
some
annoys
people
us.
use it like that. I wish it was just like that. Some people use the demon word like that. It's just something they don't like. Ed, you wanted to say
Okay.
something?
Yeah.
Everything fixed? Not yet.
I can still hear voices, but I hope it's just in my head. it's extremely funny. But you said that demons are immaterial, and immaterial means soul, and soul means what exactly? And
like
that's the base of everything that is
would light
supernatural.
be immaterial? I don't know if a light would be immaterial. Is that
Light.
seen as material, like light
Nice.
or sound? Is sound material?
It's physical, I think. It's not. It's
very-
using material.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but let's just get to the evidence, and then perhaps we can talk about it. I'm not sure how it 100% works. It's like this is on like this is stuff that's like mind-boggling. It's like quantum mechanics. It's super hard to understand
Yeah, but
how it works.
we have the best man working on it. I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
it's not a mystery. We are working on it.
Yeah, but it's
And we
still
gotta-
there's a lot of mysteries in still in this world, like how the universe is pushing apart and how quantum entanglement works. That's some creepy stuff. Some what do you call it?
Well, you got to be careful of half truths out there. People that aren't the experts and stuff, and people
Yeah,
have
yeah.
their own input and they twist it and make it their own narrative or whatever.
Yeah, you have to watch out. You have to watch out for making a mistake or being deceived. I agree with you.
Like the quantum wave function problem, like collapsing or something. People think that's because of observing it would change it, like looking at it with our eyes or something. But it's actually because we're using a like things to observe it, a physical thing that has
could perhaps
to reflect back at us or something.
And the
pass through
quantum
it or whatever.
entanglement? What do you think about the quantum
'cause-
entanglement?
Pretty cool how that we figured out something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's freaky. It's like what did
Yeah.
What did you want to say?
No, it's freaky indeed, but it's very very important that we figured out quantum quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
But the point is not that we managed to get there. The point is that we managed to get past that. We managed to see beyond the quantum entanglement and to figure it out new ways of seeing things. Because quantum physics is the physics of the small and general relativity and the physics of the macro is different than the physics of the small.
And what do you think about the speed limit in the universe? That's also like mind-boggling. It's like we are in a game and there's a speed limit actually in the game.
Why is that a problem?
No, but you wouldn't expect a speed limit.
No, but you would expect finite things in a finite world, don't you think?
Yeah, so perhaps a speed limit, but it's just flipping weird. But anyway, we can get to the evidence.
Okay, I guess time to play the video. Here we go.
Don't get offended, guys.
Gotta turn that down.
That's okay.
You put the speed on 100% or what?
The first few seasons of Scooby-Doo followed a predictable pattern. In each episode, a ghost or a vampire or a monster would be terrorizing a mansion or a town or a carnival, and it would seem like there's something supernatural at work. But a few Scooby snacks and a corny song later, the mask would come off, and the gang would find out that there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for what once seemed mysterious.
Richard Dawkins!
After seeing this pattern repeated over and over again, those of us who grew up watching Scooby-Doo concluded that there's a natural explanation for everything. Then one day, the gang goes to Moonscar Island, aka Zombie Island. The odd thing about Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is that the ghosts and zombies turn out to be real. But Fred, after so many years of unmasking fake monsters, is too skeptical to accept that he's finally dealing with real monsters. At first, Fred's doubts are entirely warranted. When Lena tells him about the ghost pirate who haunts the island, Fred says,
Well, no offense, Lena, but it's probably just some guy in an old pirate suit trying to scare off the local kids.
Then the ghost of Morgan Moonscar writes, "Get out" on the wall and levitates Velma. But Fred isn't impressed.
We've been levitated before, and there's always a magnet or wire somewhere.
Soon, the gang notices that they got video footage of the ghost while he was writing on the wall. Fred doesn't budge.
It's probably just a hologram of some guy in a pirate suit.
Fred even comes up with a motive after learning that there's a rumor of lost treasure on the island.
Aha! I knew it! It's some guy disguised as a pirate ghost trying to scare everyone off the island.
That's when things start to get awesome on Zombie Island. Shaggy and Scooby fall into a hole, exposing the bones of Captain Morgan Moonscar. Moonscar's ghost reunites with his skeleton, forming a zombie right in front of them. They make it back to the house and prepare for dinner, but the ghost of a soldier comes out of a mirror. Fred, however, is still convinced that it's all a hoax.
It's just guys in masks.
He even comes up with another possible motive.
Maybe there's oil under the island.
Oh my!
Meanwhile, dozens of pirate zombies and soldier zombies rise up. They're coming out of the water. They're coming out of the ground. Where's Rick Grimes when we need him? Daphne's the next best thing, so she channels her inner Ronda Rousey and judo flips a zombie, temporarily stunning him. She decides to put Fred's mask theory to the test, but soon realizes that it's not a mask. Does Fred agree with her? No! Fred not only thinks it's a mask, he thinks it's obviously a mask.
It's the fakest, cheesiest mask I've ever seen.
Fred takes over mask removal duties for Daphne, but the zombie's head comes off instead. The zombie then reattaches his own head. How's Fred going to explain this one?
It must be animatronic.
Animatronics, ladies and gentlemen. But zombies continue coming out of...
Well, before we go too far,
Sure.
Can
Um,
you go a few slides back? Because I want to see what books he has in the background. That's right. So No God But One. That's the first one. That
Yeah, that's I think it's an Islamic
is it.
book. I think it's a. He does a lot of work with Muslims, trying to help them.
help them.
So what did you want to
What?
say, Doc?
We had a lot of stuff, or him keep on saying,
Yeah, you should-
TV
you should-
or a movie
Yeah,
or
yeah.
TV
he's just-
show.
Yeah, he's just
It's
using
not-
it as an analogy. You understand? You'll see it when you go further. He explains why he used that analogy. This is not, yeah. If you go further, then you'll see. If we look further, then you'll see what the point is of that.
Yeah, but it's
That
still
was
a
not
lot of
evidence
problems.
of
I mean, none of that happens in real life. The things
Yeah,
that,
but if that,
so that's a lot of. That's one of the problems, really.
yeah.
Things
But he's
that
just
people
saying-
imagine don't always happen in real life.
Yeah. Yeah, but like he was just saying, like if that happened to you in real life, would you also explain it away like that guy tried to do? He really badly wanted to explain away all the evidence. But so
I guess
you'll
if-
get to the point. He'll get to the point. He hasn't made any points yet. He's just showing some guy explaining away every evidence that he sees.
It's easy to imagine things and figure things out, like in any entertainment, like TV shows and stuff. It's easy to follow their logic and because it's their universe and stuff. But real life is hard to do. It's hard to actually understand what's going on and stuff. That's through multiple testing and stuff, and then you figure out things more. So you don't have like preconceptions and stuff so much. Something like that. And then
Okay,
you
but-
start just understanding better about the universe. Okay, let's play the video.
out of the water and out of the ground, and Daphne wonders how far Fred's willing to go with his animatronics explanation.
And I suppose they're all animatronic too!
Well, it is a possibility, Daph.
That's when Daphne drops an atomic truth bomb. Fred isn't really a skeptic.
You're not a skeptic, Fred! You're in denial!
Ouch. So why has Fred moved from the skeptic category to the in denial category? Let's think about this. The term skeptic has a variety of meanings.
He didn't change himself at all. He's still a skeptic. It's somebody else saying that he was in denial. Doesn't make it him not. I mean, doesn't make him actually in denial. I mean, I guess it could
be a
in that.
super bad skeptic.
I mean, I guess it's kind of because there's no other. Unless they had zombies or something in their universe that has been shown to exist, other than this one moment. then it would make sense why it would be in denial in that sense, right?
Yeah, I think you have a point perhaps there. I think you have a point.
Okay, let's watch the rest.
In philosophy, it can refer to someone who denies the possibility of knowing anything, or to someone who denies the possibility of certain kinds of knowledge. But in its common usage, a skeptic is a person who says, I only believe in something when there's good evidence for it. To be clear, there is a healthy kind of skepticism. There are good reasons for being careful about what you believe. If you believe anything anyone tells you, you're going to end up with a lot of false beliefs and a lot of contradictory beliefs. If you withhold belief until there's good evidence, you'll have a much more reliable and stable belief set. So the goal of a healthy skepticism is to avoid false beliefs and to get to true beliefs. But what happens when skepticism is used to avoid true beliefs and to stubbornly cling to false beliefs? Well, it's no longer any sort of meaningful skepticism, it's just denial. In Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, Fred's explanations become increasingly absurd as more and more evidence comes in. If Fred were really a skeptic, he would be skeptical not only of supernatural explanations, but also of his absurd attempts to explain away the evidence.
And oh yeah, stop the video. When has a supernatural ever been shown to exist in reality? For in our reality,
I think a lot of things that we thought, or what at the beginning things seem supernatural until we can explain them. Then it's becomes common knowledge. Like if demons exist, it would be supernatural at the beginning until we understand how they work and everything. Then it would be natural. Like finding a creator of a world. First, it would be like people would think it's supernatural, but a creator making a world is natural. We see it happening all the time. Like we create worlds, we create programming code all the time. So finding someone that made our programming code in our DNA is not supernatural to me.
So this creator is nature and natural processes, right?
Well, the CPU works through natural processes, but there's still a creator behind it. CPU is just electricity flowing through it naturally, but there's still a creator behind it, a CPU. It works automatically, but after it has been created and put in process, but there's still a creator behind it. Just because something functions after it has been made doesn't mean it requires no creator. If that makes sense.
But it only functions because there are electrons running through it. Just like our neurons in our brains. We only function because we have neurons running through, electrons and chemicals running through our neurons.
Yeah, like our brain is, the CPU works automatically on its own after it's been created. Same with our brain, it works automatically on its own. No need for like a creator to constantly put input into it. The same with a CPU, it can just run.
Yes, we do, because the first generations of CPU was not like the CPU we have today. We had many broken CPUs until we had the CPUs of today.
Yeah, there was evolution of CPUs.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
So
but they can't.
The CPUs of today was not created. Was a normal evolution of the CPUs.
Computers can also they've programmed like computers to use an evolution process to make new programs. But so if we made a program that didn't see us and only saw that what's happening in a computer, you would think there's no creator to it because everything just happens automatically. The programs make new programs automatically without the input of a creator.
Are you arguing the simulation theory or the matrix?
No. I'm just saying, like, if we take the logic that things work on their own, things build themselves. Like in a computer, if you put that logic into a program, it checks. It cannot see us. Okay, it can only see what's happening in the computer. It would think that the computer is running on its own and building programs on its own, and thus there's no need for a creator.
Do you agree that the atheists are not arguing that something came from nothing?
Some do.
When something is being created, it has to have an existence of the pieces that you're creating first.
Yes.
Because the universe cannot be come out of nothing, and it cannot be destroyed or created, whatever. I guess created
Lawrence-
from nothing.
I don't know if you guys know Lawrence Krauss. He thinks it came from nothing. and
Oh,
he
that's a
tries to
different
justify it.
understanding of nothing. That's
No.
So it's not really nothing.
Yeah, it's a
So he's lying. It's not
space time
really nothing.
by.
No, he doesn't lying. He purposely named his book something from nothing to make it marketable. But he doesn't agree. He doesn't argue that something came from nothing. In the book,
Well, it sounds like.
it sounds like, but if you read the book, you will know.
When they asked him really nothing, he said absolutely nothing. Yes, nothing. When
That's
they asked him
another
this
thing.
one.
What you mean by nothing? Nothing is an empty box. An empty box is not nothing.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
says
in
there's
a-
different kinds of nothings. I didn't know there's so many kinds of nothings.
Exactly.
Because it's
But
our thinking process
Yeah.
of what. I mean, we can
I
have a
don't-
blank piece of paper and it'll have nothing on it, but the paper itself is something, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you guys see that interview he did about his book on the one comedy place where they asked him questions about his book? I don't know if you guys saw it. It was quite funny. But anyway, we can watch it some time. But it's like they ask him all kinds of questions about his book, and it just sounds so funny. They like make because it sounds crazy to say something came from nothing, and then there's so many kinds of nothings, and so it was quite mind-boggling.
You gotta research the Lawrence Krauss's videos or documentaries, whatever you call them, of him talking about it too, so you can understand it a little better.
Yeah,
Than just
I've watched
your
it
own,
some.
your
I
own
watched some.
understanding of words and stuff could be different from what the people that are talking about those things and have different definitions for they're using. So
So
our
what
minds
kind of
go in a
nothing?
tangent. And
What kind of
imagine
nothing?
things.
What kind of nothing was he talking about?
He was from the astrophysicist point of view. There is no nothing, even in the interstellar vacuum space. On a square, on a cubic meter of space, there is from 1 to 100 particles per cubic meter. So there is never nothing in the universe.
I hated that deleted. They deleted the funny video of him. I hate it when they do that. But anyway, I was searching for it now. But yeah, so you say that it's not really nothing.
No, there is nothing.
Okay.
Nothing
Okay,
is
there's
nothing.
nothing. So it's not really nothing.
It's the field of itself, so it could fluctuate and stuff. And
Look, Lawrence Krauss explained that if only two objects existed in the universe today, like 100,000 miles away, two planets, them would attract themselves for no reason at all.
For no reason.
For no reason at all. I mean, we do not understand now what reason would have two objects to attract themselves, but we know because of the general relativity theory that an object in space will create a fold in the fabric of gravity, and that will generate a curve that will attract to the nearest object, and it relates to the mass, and it relates to the energy that carries, and it's much more complex than this, but it's very simple.
Yeah, it only sucks that the internet deletes this. I make stuff in I what do you call it? I gather stuff and then YouTube deletes everything. It just removes all the stuff I've gathered. I hate when it happens. They have like so strict rules on YouTube. They like delete so many stuff. I'm glad they haven't deleted any of your videos.
Not while I'm here.
What do you mean by YouTube deleting the videos? You mean copyright
Like-
stuff?
No, like they remove videos. Like say someone makes a funny video and someone like makes a funny video of someone, and then so that person just copyright strikes it, and then they remove it.
That's not because of the content. It's because of it failed the community rules or something,
Guideline.
guidelines. Yeah, that's
Like-
not the content related stuff.
Yeah, like but Islam can say like everything, anything almost on their channels, and then if the Christians do the same, they get like deleted. They get deleted so fast.
Well,
Like even this guy, David Wood, he's they took his monetization away for exposing Islam. Like he was saying, it's hypocritical that Islam can say kill the people that leave their religion.
You see,
And-
I don't quite believe this because Aaron Ra does a weekly Quran debunking. And
Yeah, I'm glad he does that.
And he wasn't shut down.
Yeah, not yet.
He does that for months, and it's
Yeah.
he's
What-
okay.
Yeah, there's one test that Aaron Ra actually talked about. He said he did a test on a girl that said she could say what happens in another room, and so he was like, okay, you can tell me. When he was young, he went to his friend's house, and he made sure no one was looking and everything, and he did stuff in that room and put stuff around, and then later he asked a girl at school or something. What was he doing and where did he put stuff, and she could tell him everything, and so it just blew his mind. And then later in life he asked the girl, how the hell did you do that? And he says the girl can't remember that she did tell him. So he says he thinks he just imagined the whole thing, and that I think he actually I think there's people that can do that, and I just think it's demonic, that ability.
Why,
Because,
why demonic
there's-
and not angelic? And why
There's
she
like
doesn't
a
have
lot of
the-
no. There's like
Sorry.
Satanists that also testify that they can do it. They can be out of their body, like they can go out of their body and like see what other people are doing. But anyway, it's not good evidence, so I wouldn't like present this as strong evidence. It was just something I'm sharing with you guys because I find it interesting. That's all.
Would you believe that Satan is around us today on Earth?
Yeah, I think so.
How?
I think
Is
there's
he floating in the air or something like that?
well, we'll get to the evidence if we go on in the videos.
Oh,
Then I'll,
And does he
then I'll
be
show
a-
you a lot.
And are these demons and stuff affected by gravity, matter, and stuff,
Is on my-
energies?
Here.
I don't know. I haven't done tests like that.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if you saw any research, like somebody use some kind of like Ghostbusters or something, can use like a proton beam or something, you know, and trap them.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Trying
you
to do
have one.
science,
You have one in your jar somewhere on the window.
but trying to do scientific tests on these things. This is not like doing it on animals that's not so intelligent. You can bind the animal and do tests on it. You're gonna struggle in binding in these intelligent stuff to do
Why not?
tests on it.
Why not? Because I've heard this argument before that you cannot do scientific tests on supernatural things because you cannot do.
No, you can. I think you can.
I agree with that because it's supernatural. It's imaginary. Therefore, you cannot scientifically test for
Yeah.
that because it's outside our reality, and reality is everything that exists, and if it's outside, is not existing. So. How would you reconcile that?
Well, if we go on to the videos, to the other one, this one, and then the other one, then you'll see what I'm talking about of doing tests on it.
Okay. And by the way, today's Easter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is-
we're
is-
talking about demons.
Is this the day he died or he resurrected or something?
Resurrected, I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the day because it's like permanently stuck to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, even though the days change every year.
Yes,
So
that's
it's
because
not-
it's a lunar calendar, not a solar calendar. But anyway,
Yeah.
Yep. Next to the video.
Does my mask theory really account for the evidence here? Does my hologram theory or animatronics theory really explain the data? But he isn't skeptical of his absurd explanations. He's pretty dogmatic about them. Of course, this is a cartoon, and we don't believe in zombies. Why don't we believe in zombies? Because we have no evidence for them. We know where the zombie genre in films and books came from, and so on. But the point is that if you did have the sort of evidence Fred has in the cartoon, that would be a good time to rethink your beliefs about zombies. And Fred ultimately does change his mind.
Zombies, real zombies, real,
foreskin,
really
foreskin,
real.
foreskin.
I don't like
sorry.
that word being on my
I know.
strip.
I know. I'm sorry, but I have to say that the notion of zombie comes from the Benin area in Africa, and it actually uses a combination of chemicals and powder from the puffish and stuff like that, and that combination of things can stop your heart rate and your heart, and you're dead, but you're not dead enough, and you're buried, and you get out of your shallow grave, and that's where the zombie notion comes from.
Yep. They even had built horns in like the 1800s or something
Yes.
for people that might have been falsely
Yes,
diagnosed.
the Victorian bells in the London cemeteries. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I apologize. Sorry.
It was okay. I only heard it once in my time, or maybe a couple times, many years ago, that I listened or watched something about them making
Yeah.
false diagnosis and stuff.
Zombies are real.
In a sense, if we're talking about coming back to life after being dead,
Yes.
so
They were not dead enough.
yeah, it's
That's why
just
they're back to life.
every time we stop having our pumping our heart, every beat, whatever, aren't we dying? Same kind of like, not really, because it's taking nutrients from the blood and all that. It's confusing. It's a lot of complications and understanding all that. But it's after a longer period of time that our cells start having whatever
Well, we're
cell
going
death,
to the-
apoptosis or whatever.
We're going to the Dracula land now, so we better keep to zombies.
What was that? Oh, what did you say?
I mean, you said cells coming back to life, and that's Dracula land. Dracula.
I didn't say come back to life. I was saying cells dying after a while, not being get nutrients from the blood. I meant to say.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Then the cells start dying off, but it's not a complete death because it's not like all the cells die at the same time or anything. That's
Well-
one of the problems. People have like a misconception of death. They think that everything dies.
How many cells have to die to be considered dead?
Well, it matters person to person and how the blood is
Our cells are programmed
working.
to die. Our cells have programming code, and if that programming code gets an error, then you get cancer, because then they don't die.
Cells are programmed to die.
Yeah, they call it programmed cell death. Scientists call it
Apoptosis or something like that.
programmed cell death. They also call it that.
Are you referring the shortening of the telomeres?
No, that's something different.
No. There's programmed cell death.
Confusing.
They call it.
Okay.
Okay, I guess playing the video.
I hate to admit it, but they were.
Cartoons can teach us important lessons. The lesson to take from Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is that while we tend to think that our beliefs are all based on evidence, there's clearly more at work here than just evidence, because people react very differently to the same evidence. We adopt many of our beliefs long before we develop the ability to think about them critically. Even when we can respond critically, beliefs usually don't start off as hypotheses that we carefully evaluate before granting our assent. We just absorb them from the people around us, the books we read, the movies we watch. And the set of beliefs we end up with affects how we react to new ideas. If someone presents me with an idea that thoroughly contradicts some of my core beliefs, it's more difficult to take the idea seriously, whether there's good evidence for it or not, because adopting it would require such a massive change in what I already believe. For another person presented with the same idea and the same evidence, the idea will be much more believable as long as it coheres better with what the person already believes. So there's more to our beliefs than mere evidence. Our receptivity is influenced by what's already within us, both factors that we're aware of and factors we're not aware of. This is why some people look at the evidence for a hypothesis and regard it as conclusive proof, while others look at the same evidence and say that it's no evidence at all. The obvious problem here is that we can adopt a silly belief not because there's good evidence for it, but because we like it. And we can reject good evidence because it doesn't point where we want it to point. This brings us back to skepticism. Human beings have what we'll call a skeptometer, which controls our level of skepticism. And we can adjust our skeptometers. We can be more or less skeptical of various claims. As evidence comes in, if we don't like where the evidence points, we simply increase our level of skepticism. We can set our skeptometers so high that no amount of evidence will ever convince us of something we really don't want to believe. If an idea is attractive to us for some reason, we can lower our level of skepticism.
So we're saying our beliefs, preconceptions, whatever, or what we believe, can interfere with our skepticism.
Yeah, he's saying that biases has a big role, even in science, that it keeps people away from being objective, and it causes errors, and it causes biased research. And so he's just saying that if you increase your skepticism to so much that no amount of evidence will make someone believe, like with the flat earthers, they have huge skepticism, so no amount of evidence I provide to them will make them realize that the earth is not flat. They would just try and explain away the evidence.
I disagree.
Yeah, they're not skeptic in that sense, I don't think.
In science, the whole point of scientists is to prove wrong the other scientists. Therefore, it cannot be a bias.
It's not about.
No, they have biases. They have biases.
How can them?
They truly have biases. There's like studies of scientists having biases and how it's affecting scientific studies and how it's causing errors in the published research. Like more than half the research that is published, I think, has errors in it because of huge biases.
But other scientists are countering that.
Yeah,
That's the point of science.
Yeah.
We're trying to get more accurate to reality or understanding
but
the universe.
I'm just saying, like, it
so
keeps
by
people...
being. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying it keeps people away from the truth. Like, if that scientist was objective, he would get good results and true results. But because he has a preconceived bias, it affects his research.
No, you have to dismantle that, to me, because that's a lot.
Like, I can show you a scientist or a guy that's you would take seriously, or that can explain it to you on a video, but then it's too many videos. You understand? I don't know. No. I can send you a link of the guy that will explain it to you, how biases keep people away from the truth.
When you mean bias, you mean personal beliefs or personal backgrounds or
yeah, like stuff like that. Like if they really don't
culture.
Yeah, like say someone provides you with money to like prove that like sugar is good for you. And then they have a preconceived bias, so they're like motivated to prove that sugar is good for you. So a company, that's what happens in science. There's a lot of people that sponsor people, and then they have preconceived biases.
Yes, but that person that have been paid for publishing an article about the sugar is good for you will be countered by numerous other scientists that says that you were wrong and sugar is not good for you because of that and that.
Yeah.
And the persons that are countering, they're not paid. That's how science works.
Yeah. Okay. I post the link. I post it in the private chat if you want to see it later. It's a guy that you would trust that would explain it to you.
A guy
you can also open it if you want. Yeah, I think you guys would take him seriously. You can open it if you want. Just don't lose our.
That guy.
Yeah.
Where is it?
You can put it on the.
Veritasium.
Yeah. Do you guys trust him or? Can you play it?
Yeah, but we're still gotta watch the rest of this video, I thought.
Yeah, but can't you overlay it and then just go back to this one?
Okay. Oops, wrong spot.
In 2011, an article was published in the reputable Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. It was called Feeling the Future: Experimental Evidence for Anomalous Retroactive Influences on Cognition and Affect. Or in other words, proof that people can see into the future. The paper reported on 9 experiments. In one, participants were shown 2 curtains on a computer screen and
Well,
Just put
I
that
don't know
CC
if
off.
the-
That
It isn't. I don't think. I think it's just a beginning thing. He says that's not actually proof that the people can see.
no,
in
but
the
just put
future.
that CC. That what do you call it? the next to the yeah. Can you click?
What about it?
Can you so it goes away? It irritates me.
You don't want it?
No, it's not necessary. You can hear what the guy says.
Oh, it clarifies what
Oh no.
they're saying.
I love-
Maybe we can misunderstand them.
I love
That's
some-
why I
Okay,
have
if
it.
you want, you can put it on if you want, if you need it.
I can read.
Okay.
And sometimes if it's like a live thing or something, they'll say something different. But I like to see what the algorithm or whatever. Sometimes they'll say something
Okay.
different than they actually say, or they say it so quietly or something, but it picks it up,
Ah,
and
okay.
I'll have to like maybe
that's-
combine what I actually heard and what it thought it heard, could make it more clear sometimes.
This is artificial intelligence at work. The subtitles.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll play a few more seconds of it.
asked to predict which one had an image behind it. The other just covered a blank wall. Once the participant made their selection, the computer randomly positioned an image behind one of the curtains. Then the selected curtain was pulled back to show either the image or the blank wall. The images were randomly selected from one of 3 categories: neutral, negative, or erotic. If participants selected the curtain covering the image, this was considered a hit. Now, with there being 2 curtains and the images positioned randomly behind one of them, you would expect the hit rate to be about 50%. And that is exactly what the researchers found, at least for negative and neutral images. However, for erotic images, the hit rate was 53%. Does that mean that we can see into the future? Is that slight deviation significant? Well, to assess significance, scientists usually turn to p-values, a statistic that tells you how likely a result, at least this extreme, is if the null hypothesis is true. In this case, the null hypothesis would just be that people couldn't actually see into the future, and the 53% result was due to lucky guesses. For this study, the p-value was 0.01, meaning there was just a 1% chance of getting a hit rate of 53% or higher from simple luck. P-values less than 0.05 are generally considered significant and worthy of publication. But you might want to use a higher bar before you accept that humans can accurately perceive the future and, say, invite the study's author on your news program. But hey, it's your choice.
So there it is. He's kind of clarifies that it's not.
No, but he was gonna say how they p-hack some scientists, their biases keep them back, but we don't have to. You can watch it on your own, that thing. Then he will explain to you how biases keep some scientists from the truth and how it causes errors in science.
Maybe some, but it's not going to be consensus to it. That's the difference.
Yeah, well, it kept a lot of consensus. A lot of consensus in the past kept science back. Like in the
In
past,
the
they
past, like
thought that-
1800s, early 1900s, not now, not
No,
modern
still,
science.
I think it's biases are still keeping people back from discovering new things.
Some people, yeah, but
Yeah.
not the majority. So, okay, playing this video then.
We can set our skeptometers so low that any evidence is good enough to defend what we want to believe. Now, anyone can do this. Christians, Muslims, atheists, agnostics, conservatives, liberals. We can all adjust our levels of skepticism to preserve certain beliefs and to reject certain beliefs. This is why Fred dismisses evidence for zombies while Shaggy and Scooby react quite differently. What's interesting is that most people who call themselves skeptics are really just doing what other people do. They only direct their skepticism towards things they don't want to believe. When they don't want to believe something, they simply set their skeptometers to maximum and start explaining away the evidence. When it's time to defend their own views, they lower their level of skepticism so that any argument for their own view is entirely successful, and anyone who disagrees with them must be stupid. Inconsistent skeptics do this constantly.
Well, constantly.
Let's look at an example. Recently, I debated Dr. Michael Shermer on the topic, does God exist? I like to go after people's strengths rather than their weaknesses. Dr. Shermer's PhD is in the history of science, mine's in philosophy. So in my opening statement, I based my entire argument on the history of science. That's his turf. He didn't give much of a response to my argument, but some interesting points about methodology came to the surface anyway. Dr. Shermer defended what he calls Shermer's last law. Shermer's last law is the claim that
any sufficiently advanced extraterrestrial intelligence is indistinguishable from God.
if aliens had technology far more advanced than our own, they could do things that would look like miracles to us. They might be able to cure diseases instantly or regenerate limbs or change the weather. These kinds of things would seem miraculous to human beings. So from our perspective, aliens who could do these kinds of things would be indistinguishable from God.
Or imagination of a god, more distinctful.
If we would be the ants on the sidewalk, I mean, the humans would be God in many ways, but not God in many ways as well.
Yep.
It's
I agree with you.
It's a balance of
size difference,
stature, not
intelligence.
Size. Well, I don't know how do you define intelligence. I mean, an ant is doing a pretty good job to be an ant.
I think an ant is like super robotic. I think the smaller you go, the more robotic it gets.
Robotic in what sense?
Like scientists discovered like molecular nanomachines in our bodies. Like it's super robotic. They have no free will. They just follow commands. They just execute commands written in the code.
So, do we have free will?
I think we do, but most atheists think we're just robots and that we have no free will. But I think we actually have free will. Well, a lot of atheists I've seen.
No,
Let me rephrase that. A lot of atheists.
That's another misconception. We do not have free will, but we do have free will.
For me, free will is
you're
just
forced to have free will. You're forced to have free will.
Free will to me in real life is really just a multiple options and stuff, but our brains decide from our environment and how our brains work itself from our experiences and stuff. So we don't have free will in that sense. So, I mean, I've already messed it up. I mixed my two definitions together. The free will I was talking about first was the multiple options. But then I went into what actually is what we have. Like we have our brains work from what that it exists in a certain pattern and stuff, and what our environment and experiences, and how our brains the way it's put together. I guess I can't say it any differently. I guess.
We choose our desires, our wants, but who chooses what we want?
We don't choose. We decide. It's kind of hard to just. We don't have any choice because our environment and stuff is given to us. These things.
What's the difference between a chosen thing and a desired thing?
We're perhaps going a little bit off topic.
Yeah,
okay. A bit, but it's fun.
Hopefully, we get enough time to get to all the evidence, but yeah. Okay. Hopefully, you guys didn't get bored fast, and then.
I'm not bored.
Okay, that's good.
I'm just starting.
We're trying to elaborate.
You're ready.
Yep, it's almost an hour. Yeah.
Go for it.
Huh?
Yeah, all good.
You can play.
I was wondering what you're talking about because we're still talking about the choosing and deciding and choices and stuff. So.
What's the difference in your eyes between a desire and a choosing?
Like I think I can choose my desires and make choices as well. Like, I can choose to desire to die, or I can choose to desire to live. I can choose both.
Oh, you can't have both.
Well, I can choose one.
You want
Like, at the moment, I want to live.
both, and
Okay.
that's not free will. If you want to have both, that's not free will.
Okay, but how I see as free will, I think we have free will is like, say we have a creator, okay? We would have free will if we can rebel against that creator. Like, say our robots can't rebel against us because they don't have free will. If we gave them the gift of free will, they would be able to rebel against us and not follow our orders anymore.
But how
So-
would you rebel against your creator if you would not be equipped to be rebelling against your creator? And that's determined.
Like, free will allows you to rebel against your creator. Like, robots would be able to
So-
rebel against us if they
But
had free will.
that's an inbuilt into yourself. The ability to rebel towards your creator is already in you.
Yeah, but that's why we have free will.
So it's
So
based
it's a
on
switch. It's a switch between
how our brains work.
transistors.
I don't know. That's how I see it. That we could have free will if we are able to rebel against the creator. That could be one evidence of us having free will. Because if we were just robots that can't rebel, don't have free will, then we can't rebel.
Would you think the creator is happy with that?
I think he's happy giving us the gift of free will. I wish we were actually robots. Then we can't rebel against him. But
I mean,
we're
first
not robots.
we have to understand, why are we saying there's a creator when we know we came from our came from our parents? So then
Yeah,
our parents are our creator, isn't it? Our creators,
Yeah.
somewhat.
Yeah, somehow there's a lot of things that that brings us into existence.
So when did this imaginary creator get involved in real life?
Like,
When you had to be-
I was just giving an example. If there is a creator, then if we are able to rebel against him, that would be evidence of us having free will. That's what all I was trying to say.
Or you could just make up like you're rebelling against any other character, like rebelling against Voldemort or Zeus or Thor or whatever. And so there's a whole bunch of gods, whatever, or doesn't have to be a god. It just has anything you're trying to rebel that has nothing to do with reality, basically.
I'm rebelling against unicorns and leprechauns and
Yeah.
I don't know, Jesus.
If you believe in those things, then you rebel against it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's,
eat all the eggs that I can find.
I guess we have somebody called Soldier of Science joining. Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to kind of add on that last aspect of free will. If God is even giving humans free will, and he's also all-knowing, he knows which one of us are going to rebel against that free will. And I think a big argument of Christianity is, well, we don't see God right now. He's not here personally because he gave us free will to have this faith for that. But if you look in the Old Testament, God totally had a personal relationship with Lucifer, for example. And Lucifer still had the free will to rebel against God. So that makes zero sense at all. Like, why does Lucifer have free will to rebel against God, who was there with him all the freaking time?
That was
Because it's imaginary.
Makes no sense. Zero sense.
Just a story.
And it makes no more sense that a all-knowing God is going to create everybody in the world right now who exists, who has free will, to reject that God. He knows it's going to happen. So do you really have free will if God knows it's going to happen? No, you don't. Sorry.
So you think you were forced to reject God by God?
By definition, right? By definition, if God knows it's going to happen,
So
By
you
the
were
way,
forced
Parker,
to say that as well. You were
Yeah.
forced by God to do everything you are doing. You have no free will. You're
I mean,
like a robot.
I would suggest you look up Sam Harris's 3-part series on free will, and he explains very clearly. And I can do it simply for you now. I can do it
I
really
have watched
simple.
a lot of Sam Harris.
Okay, so
there
so
are
sim-
scientists that disagree with him. So
most neuroscientists know that your brain puts up a thought for you. It might put up multiple thoughts, but then you can make a choice with those thoughts. But you have no control. You have no free libertarian will on which thought is actually going to occur. You have no thought of which is going to come in your mouth this very next second. You might like battle back and forth between what you're going to respond with me, but you have no control of that actual mechanical aspect of the thought that's going to occur to you. You might have a choice.
I made
Well,
an
let's
experiment
think of-
once. I made an experiment
shoulder.
once. But during the night, I wake up and I feel that I have to scratch my back.
Mhm.
And I struggle and I struggle and I think I will not scratch my back because I choose not to. And do you think I succeed? No. I'm gonna scratch my back.
So think of free will like a buffet, maybe.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, here's a great example which Sam Harris does, and I think honestly, your brain probably categorizes things into favorites. For example, right? Your brain's going to categorize things into here's my favorite color, here's my favorite movie, and so it's easy for me to say, hey, think of a movie, and then your brain goes category, boom, I'm going to pick my favorites.
Yes.
But if I say, you know what, forget that, don't think about your favorite, I want you to think about the oldest movie you can think of, I want you to think of the funniest movie you can think of, and I want you to think of your favorite movie, those 3 things, but then you can only pick one from that.
So you're saying that we are picking our choices from a category.
I'm saying pick. Do this experiment right now.
Yeah.
Think,
No, I know.
Think
we're
of those
going
3 things.
off topic, but
No, it's purely on topic about free will, because
Yeah.
you don't.
but we're not
you do
discussing
not have
free will.
We were for a few minutes now.
No,
Okay,
but
sorry.
I'm talking about the whole video. I was supposed to give evidence. We're going off topic, but
Okay,
okay, like-
go ahead. Okay, you guys get my point.
like
Go for it.
soldier
I mean,
of science.
It
Let me
kind
just
of.
fast respond you. I'll post in a private chat a scientist that claims he has
another
evidence that we have free will and claims it's the end of the free will debate. I don't know if you respect the scientist, but I'll post it there.
Is it a video?
I don't know.
I'd love. Okay, yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to.
It's a
see
short
that.
clip, so yeah. I don't know if you take him seriously.
Oh, Michio Kaku for sure. He's
Okay,
great. Yeah.
Okay, but okay, let's
So-
play this. Or what do you guys want to do?
I was gonna play it, but I was gonna say that free will is like the understanding it's multiple things that you already have in your environment or in memory and stuff is a part of skepticism. You can't if like you can only go by what your memory has,
Exactly.
and then you have to choose. And you're not gonna just believe something. That's what I'm saying. That's so.
You cannot
That's-
remember what you forget.
Even biases kind of take, because if you don't have a distinction of knowing what is actually true from your belief, then like imaginary things, and you're gonna have a problem in your skepticism, because but you have to just establish all those things like a list, and so then
that's
we
exactly.
are kind of robots in that sense.
You're right, and that's exactly. I'm I don't want to bring politics into this. I'm an independent, but that's exactly the reason why the left is failing with the cancel culture is because they fail to understand that people are really a product of their environments, and therefore even with their biases, you can't cancel someone out because of their bias. You can educate them to their bias, but you can't cancel them out if you philosophically understand that they're merely a product of their environment. So yeah.
So we have to like
So
teach people how to think, not what to think.
Right.
It's more
Right.
nurture than nature. You're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be racists born in, I'm obviously from the United States. Half my family is from California, half my family is from the South. So I completely understand the dynamics of the United States. And
Did you just say that there's gonna be racists born?
yeah, not racist. They're not born racist, but because of their environment, they become racist. They're not born racist, but because of their environment, they're born. I mean, you have to imagine in the United States, there's entire cities that 90% of the city is white, and they all believe in one certain religion. And that particular city in the South, we'll say, has kept the population of African Americans in the South second class, unknowingly. They don't even know they're doing it. They have no concept of the fact they're doing it, and so they grow up just honestly thinking that every African American, the 10% in their city, is less intelligent than them, for example. Yes. And they've never traveled to somewhere like New York or California, where the same African American in the South is now a CEO of a company, and they have no concept of that. They just honestly don't. And so it's hard to cancel the 90% of the people in that town for being racist. And that's the understanding that honestly people have to get to, is realizing that we are all very ignorant about something, and you don't deserve to be canceled because you're ignorant. There's a solution for the ignorance, but you shouldn't be canceled for the ignorance.
I think stupid people needs to be slapped.
That's understandable.
Hitchinson.
Yes.
The hitch slap.
And second of all, do you think that the South is a population failure or a federal government failure?
That's interesting.
It's a government view failure in that regard, and I think the political point should be more.
Yeah. I mean that's really interesting because that's a byproduct of literally our Civil War. It really is. It truly is to this day. And I've worked in compliance and understand laws in most of the United States, and there is entirely different laws in California, for example, than there is in Texas in regards to everything.
I don't live in the USA, but I live in the UK. But as far as I heard, the South hasn't been defeated, has just been stopped.
Yes, as far as what they think. And in all honesty, states like Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and Georgia, they are so stuck in religion. So their religion populates so much of their atmosphere that they don't allow education like they do in other states. And a great example of this is, you can look this up right now. Alabama just passed or stopped a bill to allow students to practice yoga. To practice, like every other state in the United States, they have yoga gyms. People go do yoga. Right now, you can look this up. Google it. Alabama has stopped allowing kids to practice yoga because they're so afraid of indoctrination of another religion, such as Hinduism or Buddhism.
would you say that the South has a racist fundamental based on religion, or on other things?
I mean, it's not entirely based on religion. Obviously, it's based on really the history of the United States, and like I said before, those states have not allowed opportunity. Well, really, all of the United States hasn't allowed opportunity for African Americans, but the South, particularly, is probably 20 years behind in that opportunity. And I'll give you an awesome example. I was there in the 90s, and I was doing construction, and this was in mid 90s, where in the 70s, California was already integrated. Mid 90s, I'm doing construction on a house, and our crew were framers. We framed the houses, all of us white, right? The people who did the finishing work, all white. The people who did the foundation, the brickwork, and the roofing were all black with a white foreman. Oh, it was literally that segregated into businesses, for example. You can look at Los Angeles. Los Angeles, most African Americans live in the inner cities. They grow up and don't get a bunch of opportunity. Ultimately,
But
yeah. Go ahead.
That's after Ronald Reagan, or after what president was in the 60s? When Nixon, yeah, when after Vietnam, and when the
Kennedy
have settled more or less, and settled around the city centers, and not in the cities. And publicly, the racism has been stopped, but in fact has been taken to the periphery.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think even if you looked at when you look at when Obama was elected president in the US, that really just kind of brought out the racism. There was still the racism there, but you really kind of saw a lot of the United States going, how the hell did we elect a black person? And I think you honestly saw a backlash on that. I mean, Trump was a guy who for years purportedly said Obama was not born in the United States. This was a pure racist two-year argument. It was pure racist. You know what? I don't even care if he wasn't born in the United States. Let's just say he was born in Kenya, but he still was managed to be smart enough to go to Harvard and be elected as a senator, and still smart enough to develop people around him to be elected president. You know what?
Yes, but
F you guy, F you Trump.
But the rules for a president of the United States of America is to be born in America after 35.
No, I know. Yeah, after 35. Yep. No, I totally know the rule. I'm just saying that the attributed marketing scheme by Trump for that many years was just a pure racist trope. That's all that there was to it. It had nothing to do with qualifications of a fellow United States person. And afterwards, you now see a backlash of that. You see a backlash out of the southern United States, mostly out of that. So that's Trumpism. I mean, can you ever imagine like being a person that, you love going to rock and roll concerts, you love going to this and that, but then you go, you know what? I want to see a white politician talk about shit. That never happened 10 years ago. Who cared about politicians? Nobody. We fly flags now.
We're kind of getting off topic here.
I don't want to get into racism stuff, but Soldier of Science, how do you feel about demons?
Oh, that was the topic, right?
Yep.
So yeah, absolutely. I think that any supernatural, since I was a Christian for 40 years, so I believed in demons. I'll tell you that. I became an atheist. I became an atheist, and then
you
now.
Still believe in demons?
No, not at all. I don't believe in super. I don't believe in superstitious.
I want to ask you guys. if you realize that demons exist, would you realize that God exists? Because I've seen atheists that realize demons exist and they still say atheists, and some that realize demons exist and then they become theists.
So here's
So
a
what
good
would
point.
happen to you guys?
Here's a good point. That even if you were someone who you thought you saw a ghost, right? Let's say you saw a ghost. How can you actually say that that is a spirit of a dead person versus, hey, that's a fifth dimension intersecting with me right now, and that's you have no idea like what that thing is that you saw.
That was not my question. I'm talking about if you really realized there was demons.
This is the T-jump argument. You know, if a thing is caused by something, there are infinite many reasons for that thing to be caused.
Right.
And we choose only one.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right.
On the things that we can see and we can feel and we can reason.
Okay, so you wouldn't realize that God exists if you realize that demons exist.
I mean, how would it be able to prove to me in the first place that it was a demon? Like, how would I know that that's a demon?
We have
but
we
I'm
know
just
the
saying
definition.
If you really realize there was things that that exist that you can't see, that are evil and that have a hatred for us.
I can't
and
see
for
wind, but I can
What?
understand wind. I cannot see wind, but I can understand wind.
Yeah.
Right.
And sometimes it's pretty fucking awful.
So
tornadoes.
honestly, if I saw something like that, I would think I was having a hallucination.
I mean,
And it would-
99%
it'd be hard.
But
it'd be hard for me
that's
to
not my
believe in a God.
question. I'm like saying, if you like really say you were a Satanist, you work with demons all the time, and
Right.
would you realize that that God exists?
If a demon exists.
Yeah.
You know that Satanists are actually, most of them are actually just.
Yeah.
It's
But
like
there are
not
some-
really that they believe it. It's like
Yeah.
just like another form of entertainment.
Yeah. But there are some that that work with demons like full time and stuff.
They
we'll
work
get to
with
s-
that cult, like maybe.
Yeah, and they teach
But
people that demons are
it's like any
good and
religion
that
does
we
that.
should work with them as well and stuff like that. It's in
Maybe
the
we
videos
should.
that I'm gonna.
How can you know? How can you know that we shouldn't? How do you know that we
right.
shouldn't? Maybe
Right.
we should.
Would you? Would you?
Right. So
If you
Then they
realize they
would-
exist, would you
have you
join
not-
forces with them and not with? You would join.
let me
forces
ask you
with them.
this. Let me ask you this. If you actually read the Bible and you compared the amount of humans that God killed compared to any demon or even Satan for that matter, what would be the percentage there?
Actually,
What
everyone
would be the
died
percent?
because of demons, because of their rebellion and making us rebel as well.
Those weren't demon caused. That was free will, apparently, according to
No,
God. According to God, it was free will.
No. Demons, like at the beginning, Satan already like deceived Eve. So if it wasn't for demons that they existed and they didn't deceive us, then we wouldn't be in.
I don't believe Lucifer is classified as a demon.
No, he's
Well,
an
it's a
angel.
fallen angel, and a fallen angel is just a demon is another word for fallen angel.
How come?
But anyway, we should get to the evidence. we're
you want
messing
the
around
video.
with the low hanging fruit.
Oh,
I
is there
wanna
is
get
there
to the
is there
evidence.
is there evidence for the demons?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
there's
let-
lots of
go for it.
evidence. I have lots, and I wish you could explain everything away. I hope you guys
Awesome.
can, because
Let's
I don't
go,
want
let's
them
go.
to.
Let's go.
But-
Let's do it.
Let me see.
Okay, go for this video.
I was
get
going
to
to
it.
say something. I forgot what it was. But okay.
If you remember, then you just
Interesting.
pause
Dr.
and then.
Shermer
Oh,
raises
yeah.
the obvious follow-up question. If we saw something miraculous, how would we know that it's God and not aliens?
So my question is how would you know if you encountered God? That it wasn't just some super advanced ET capable of doing these amazing things.
But then he asks why God doesn't heal amputees.
Why is it God only seems to heal things that might have happened anyway? But humans never grow limbs. Never.
And here I detect a problem with his methodology. If he did exist for you atheists, would you want to know it? Some of you might say yes, some of you might say no. But if you did want to know that God exists, wouldn't you need some sort of method to figure out if he exists? Something that could lead you to the truth about that? According to Dr. Shermer, there can be no such method, because anything God could possibly do, you could say, aliens did it, powerful aliens that are vastly beyond us. So it's built into the methodology that you could never know whether God exists or not. But if it's built in,
No, it was. I think Shermer was saying how would you know the difference? That's all.
Your methodology, to never know the truth about something, I have to question the methodology. Dr. Shermer doesn't deal with the issue, so I ask him directly in the crossfire, what would count as evidence for God's existence? What, according to your worldview, which includes Shermer's last law, what could God possibly do to show that he exists? And if there's nothing that he can do to show that he exists, is this method really designed to get to the truth of the matter? At first, he jokes around.
A large cash deposit in my name in a Swiss bank.
How about a box of Scooby snacks?
I think 10 million would do it.
But then he gives his real answer.
But I'm after there.
Because he would only succumb to it because he's getting money, not that he actually believes it either. That's another thing. So that's hard to. That's like a bias that way, I guess, right?
Perhaps.
Because somebody's paid some money to say something, or they wouldn't get the money. For
Yeah,
the
he
truth.
was making a joke. He
Yeah,
was making a joke.
I know, but I'm saying in that joke, for he being asked what would make him believe it would be not that he would believe it, but to say it out loud that he would believe it, something like that, right? So it doesn't matter what you actually believe; it matters what you say or act or whatever. So the reality has nothing to do with the truth. I mean, what you say has nothing to do with reality. That's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Something that wouldn't happen otherwise, I suppose.
Something that wouldn't happen otherwise? I proceed to point out the obvious. Over and over again in this debate, it's been, hey, if God exists, then where's the evidence, and why can't we find the evidence, and hey, we should be skeptical and demand evidence and so on. But when we ask, what evidence could God possibly give in any possible world that would count as evidence for the existence of God, the answer is something that wouldn't happen otherwise. But something that wouldn't happen otherwise, according to Shermer's last law, could be explained by aliens. So once again, we're left with a methodology that can't possibly investigate this matter. You can watch the full debate.
Because it's already based on imagination, so it can't be explained by a god. It has to be explained by what natural universe that we do know of. Like what I was talking about, the multiple choices thing in the list, we go first. What we can know of a little bit. At least, like, we're one form of life that the universe has become intelligent enough to know itself and stuff. So there may be other planets out there with certain circumstances that would have arose intelligence like us, or enough to communicate somehow with the physics of the universe in a different way than naturally formed.
I would even go further and say, if an all-knowing God, which has the IQ capacity of a billion times smarter than any human, right? And if it has the ability to talk to us, right, with our logic, using our universal logic, it could do the same thing to an ant, right? It could literally speak to an ant or an ant colony the same way it speaks to humans. It would be no difference in the scheme of IQ, for example. And that entire ant colony could worship God, and God could be totally satisfied off that ant colony the same way it would be satisfied with a primate human that is evolved from chimpanzees and apes. Definitely.
We didn't evolve from chimpanzees. It's a common ancestor.
Yeah. Common ancestor. Sorry, guys. Common ancestor.
It's hard to, when people keep on.
No.
I know it's hard to get it out of our minds sometimes. It's a bias that's kind of in for other people more than people that actually can change their mind, or when they get.
Okay, that might have been my dramatic effect at the end. Sorry there.
Yeah, I know. It's actually a pretty good showing that even though we're scientifically minded, we still get confused with the colloquial, whatever you call it, people in layman area, usage of our past ancestry.
Absolutely.
You said ape, so it helped.
No.
changed a little
I
bit.
shouldn't have even said apes. I should have said common ancestor of all of us.
Yeah, no, but
Absolutely. Go for it, guys.
apes, we're still in it, so we can't get out of our ancestry. So apes was right. So okay, playing the video.
At your leisure, but we just don't get a solution to this problem. Dr. Shermer wants evidence of God's existence, but given his methodology, nothing God could ever do would count as evidence that he exists. God could heal every amputee in the world, but it wouldn't be evidence for God's existence, because aliens could have done it.
Jinkies!
Now, when a person says,
But there's no evidence of aliens doing it. Wouldn't it be nature doing it more? It would be some kind of thing in the nature that happened. And why would it have to attribute it to a fictional book character? Because there's plenty of people who believe it in a different character. So it's kind of weird how they say one character did it differently than any other. Do you understand what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I
mean,
if it was
you know,
Harry Potter,
Why would it
or
be? Why would it be one character?
Gandalf.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
Could be Harry
sure.
Potter or Gandalf, you know, they have magical powers.
You know what? And even more so, I think that have you ever done like an Excel spreadsheet? You know?
Yeah.
Like Excel.
Do
you
it every
know,
day.
where- okay. So you know a little bit about databases or Excel. And if in my first column I just put creator gods, you know, that's going to be my first header. And I fill up that column with literally over 2,000 gods, because that's the truth, right? And then my next header is going to be the population of people who believed in these gods. My next header will be the year that they believed in these gods. We could build this database together, right? We can do all this together. Ultimately, what it comes down to is you're going to say that there's pretty much 4 factors of your belief, and that's the time in history you were born, right? So if you're born in Egypt 5,000 years ago, not going to believe in Jesus Christ. So time in history you're born, the parents you were born to. So hey, you might have one parent who's Jewish, one parent who's Christian. This is going to have effect on your life. Your third factor is your community. You know, what's the community around you? Are you living in Saudi Arabia where 99% of you are Muslim? Or are you living in Los Angeles, California? So all of these factors are going to define your belief. And it's a simple statistical, mathematical. You can literally prove that you believe in Jesus and you're a Southern Baptist because you were born in this area at this time in history. Or you can prove that you were a Roman who believed in ancient gods, or a Greek who believed in gods that we now have turned into what we call myths. Well, one day, the Abrahamic God is going to be a myth, just like all those other gods that we've rejected.
David Wood also used that when he was an atheist. He used that logic to when he was talking to Christians. He would use that logic, and yeah, now he's a Christian.
Who used that? Who used that logic?
No, this guy, David Wood, this guy that's on the screen.
Oh.
He used that logic when he was an atheist. If you go and look at his testimony, he uses that logic against Christian, and yeah, you can go and hear his testimony about.
I mean,
what happened.
it's just, I mean, literally, if anybody who understands just the math, like the current math, if you look at a planet of 7 billion people, how many Christians are there? What, a billion? And there's
more than 2 billion.
Oh, 2 billion. Okay. And then what, you have like how many Muslims, which also believe in the Abrahamic God, but they believe in a different prophet. But
I think they're deceived. I think their God is like super satanic.
First,
everything the Bible says about Satan.
Of course you do.
God.
Of course you do. I'm just, how many of them are there?
What?
Are there a billion of them? 1.3 billion Muslims? Do we know?
There's like 2 billion or something Muslims
Okay.
that was and they're deceived and kept deceived by fear and yeah.
I respect your thought, but of course, those 2 billion Muslims think the same thing of Christians. So it's a ridiculous statement to just by math alone to go.
But
you know what?
I wouldn't.
was-
But they're not. I don't think they're worshiping no one. I think they're actually worshiping like Satan, and a lot of the religions. I think they're not worshiping nothing. They're actually worshiping demons.
So
Interesting.
basically,
also
every
my-
religion there was, if you don't believe in our God, then you're worshiping,
like, say you
worshiping
make
the
up a-
anti-God thing.
Say you make up like a fake god, yeah, and you start bowing down to it. I think like demons later take that God's place that you just made up and that you're worshiping. So they're getting the worship. They're getting all that what do you call it, praise and stuff.
This is
And they
Have you guys watched the American Gods TV series?
Nope.
so Martin. Let me ask you a question, Martin.
Yeah.
Okay.
If God is an all-powerful God, right? He's
Mm.
all-powerful, right? He's also all-knowing, right?
Mm.
And you believe in demons, and you believe in Satan. That God that you believe in as well created Satan, and
just like he created you.
right. But for some reason, has not destroyed Satan. He just doesn't have
He's
the
gonna
ability.
destroy.
He doesn't have the ability to destroy. He just doesn't have it.
He has it, but you have to understand, like, this life is super short against eternity. Like, it's like nothing against eternity. So Satan knows his time is super short. Against eternity, it's like nothing. You understand?
Right, I understand, but is there a problem with the fact that an all-knowing, let's repeat that again, all-knowing knows everything that's going to happen in the future, everything that's happening now. Is there a problem with an all-knowing God creating a universe that he knows all of these things are going to happen?
He uses even the bad stuff for the good of those that love him. Like,
But he
even
knows it's happening beforehand, right?
he knows what, I think he knows what choices we are going to make. We could be wrong about that. God is super complex. There's lots of theories about him.
And you got that how?
If God does not know all of the choices we're going to make, then he's not an all-knowing or omnipotent being, is he?
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
Right.
This stuff like I think God is like super knows super a lot, just like a game creator. He knows, he can look at every text you've posted on that game. He knows almost every. You can look at your stats, everything, all your stats. You can see in front of him.
And
So
where did you
it's
get
like
this information?
Huh?
Where did you get your information in the first place?
What?
Like, how do you know all this stuff about God? Like, only by what? Did you look at it in reality, or was it told to you?
No, I'm just giving you an example of a game creator knowing super lot of stuff about
But
everyone.
you acted like you just knew everything about this God. Like,
so Top
you
Dog
studied it.
So Top Dog, he's obviously taking the definition of the Bible.
Yeah, I believe the Bible because of the evidence I've seen. So we're gonna go to some of the evidence today. Hopefully, we'll get to it. But yeah,
I'll shut up.
There could be.
Go ahead.
Oh, there could be a half truth in a lot of what the Bible says. Like, there could be like real people or something in the Bible, but a lot of things like supernatural stuff, or like if they could walk on water or be resurrected from the dead just by talking or whatever. It doesn't work in reality.
Martin, let me ask a simple question. Is God constrained by his own nature?
I don't know.
So was there a nature that created God, and is God constrained by his own nature? So can God create a rock that is too big for himself to carry?
I don't know. That there's stuff that is illogical, like creating a married bachelor.
Right.
Like, I don't think illogical. God can't do illogical stuff, but that's not
I'm glad you said that, because the concept of an all-knowing God creating all of us, knowing that some of us are going to turn out to be believers in God and we're going to repent and we're going to follow all the rules of Jesus Christ or whatever, versus some of us who become atheists, which we've just discovered is an all-knowing God creating all of these things and simultaneously judging the ones who don't choose the things that he knows they're not going to choose, is completely illogical in every aspect of humanity. And I honestly don't understand how any Christian can get beyond this simple freaking concept of logic, of just basic logic.
Okay, say the simple logic.
It's simple logic. It is a simple logic. There is no God that would create a universe that
How
knows
do you know?
just based on logic alone.
Because of
Based on
logic, yeah.
logic alone. Just logic alone makes it unreasonable. It makes
So
the
you
whole
think it's impossible? You think it's literally impossible?
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. If I was a God living for infinity, created a universe, decided that there's going to be a planet with 7 billion people, that I'm going to put 5 billion of them in hell because they chose not to believe the things that I know they're not going to choose to believe. Guess what? I'm just not going to create the universe. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous concept to think I'm going to create this entire world and I'm going to kill most people on it.
So God should, whenever he sees like an atheist or something, he shouldn't create it. Like it's like say a parent would know a baby would be an atheist, then he should kill it before he lives.
God creates atheists.
If
What?
There's a difference between a parent raising an atheist and a God saying, well, if you're an atheist, I'm sending you to hell instead of heaven.
No, but like
forever.
say you're
There's a
saying
huge
like
difference
you
there.
shouldn't create atheists.
Think of this, Martin. Think of it if you're creating your video game and your goal is to have them all worship you, right?
No, the goal is
And
to have a
and then most of them don't.
with us.
Martin,
I'm saying in your video game hypothesis, I'm saying.
I'm saying like the goal of God is to share everything he has with us, and he has been an eternal a loving relationship, and he invites us into that loving relationship
how do you know
and
what
shares
God
it.
wants?
What?
How do you know what God wants?
Because I believe the Christian God exists because of evidence, and that's what he says about himself. You don't have to believe it.
It's
but
what people.
that's
It's what people wrote down. You mean? It's humans wrote down in the book,
Yes.
or in a not book back then. It was scrolls and stuff.
I think the Bible is inspired by God, like Jesus inspired the New Testament to be written.
There's a lot of it that hasn't been put in the
so
Bible either. There's a lot of stuff
didn't
out there
exist.
that has been removed from being put in the Bible.
Martin, is
sorry,
Go ahead, Ed.
10,000 anecdotes will not make an evidence or a proof. It's just another.
We haven't got to the evidence yet. But
Oh yeah, go on with the video. Go on with the video.
Okay, here we
good.
go.
I'm changing Martin into an atheist as we speak. Let's go.
Proof to
Go
me that
for it.
Statement X is true,
Please.
but an examination of his methodology shows that he won't allow anything to count as evidence that Statement X is true. How can we take that demand for proof seriously? This is why when atheists send me messages saying, prove to me that God exists, I almost never give them an argument for God's existence. Instead, I reply, I'd be happy to prove to you that God exists, but I don't want to send proof to someone who doesn't exist. So before I prove to you that God exists, prove to me that you exist. Then I dial my skeptometer up to 10, just like the atheist was about to do when he demanded proof for God's existence. So I get another message from the atheist saying, I obviously exist since I'm sending you these messages. But I'm a skeptic, so I ask, well, how do I know that someone's pet monkey isn't just slapping a keyboard? If something as sophisticated as DNA can form by chance, surely a monkey could type your messages by chance, especially with all of the misspelled words. Or maybe someone created an atheist message generator, which mindlessly sends out these messages and is even programmed with responses, all to waste the time of Christians.
Well, we have to have likelihoods. There's likelihoods in our understanding of the universe. So that's what. Well, they could be the computer generating that too. But that's a form of intelligence, isn't it? Kind of.
Creationists hate Dawkins very much because Dawkins hurts them very much.
I don't. True creationists shouldn't hate Dawkins because the Bible teaches them to love even their enemies and to love people. Their real enemies are demons, not people.
How many enemies in the Bible have been kept alive?
In the Old Testament, it was a whole different time, and they did it a whole different way. But in the New Testament, God commands us to love each other. So if you rebel against that command, you bring hell onto earth. Like say, you say, no, I'm not going to listen to you, God. I'm going to hate other people. Then you bring like hell onto earth.
You're referring to the Ten Commandments thing.
So,
no,
so
to the two greatest commandments given to us by God.
So let me tone in here because I think it's pretty interesting. Some things that Martin said. The first thing that you said, that in the Old Testament things were different back then. So all these heinous things, like in Leviticus, for example, that you would have to stone your children if they're non-believers. All the food rules, all the things in Leviticus, which we all know are horrible, is what you are basically saying now, that's just because of the time that those people existed in. And so my question then is, what is morality if you're saying it's based on a time in history? Was it moral to own slaves then, now? But it's not moral now. And if that's the case, hold on. If that's not the case,
things I have to respond to.
Wait, if that's not the case, then morality has nothing to do with the Bible. If that's the case, if it's the case that morality has switched because of society and not because of dudes 2,000 years ago who used to burn a pig to appease a god that they've never seen. Go for it.
Your parents had different rules for you when you were younger. You couldn't drink like alcohol and stuff like that. And then later their rules are when you were older different. The same, people think there's a different God in the Bible with the Old and New Testament, but it's the same God. It's just a different time and different. Yeah, it is the same God.
It is the same God. And you know what?
Volcano God.
So hold on, Martin. Let me finish that up, because you're absolutely right. And creationists do believe it's the same God. And I'm here to tell you that as a Christian for 40 years, it's not the same freaking God, because even Jesus Christ didn't come along and say, you know what, I all of a sudden have all these new rules for the New Testament. Jesus, in fact, was a Jew who in Matthew came along and said, I'm here to fulfill the Old Testament. He was not the guy that said, you know what, all of the old rules of Yahweh of the Old Testament are all abolished and you can all do this now. That wasn't it. Do you know who the guy was that did that? It was Paul. It was Paul, or formerly Saul, who became Paul after having a vision of a vision, which to me equals hallucination of a guy that is now saying, you know what? And
you should perhaps look at the many Muslims have the same supposed hallucination that you call hallucination. I think it's actually real, there's a lot of Muslims that claim to talk to God and realize they are deceived their whole life into following a satanic religion like Islam.
I mean, you can
and then they become Christians.
You can look at any religion right now. And
if you can give me one example of a Muslim seeing Allah, then my whole argument would fall flat there. But there's many Muslims that see Jesus, many of them, and they realize they are deceived. If you can give me one example of a Muslim seeing Allah, then my argument would fall apart.
My response would be, if you could give me an example of anybody seeing any God, I mean, you would win the $1 million reward, right? You would be that guy, right? You'd be that guy that showed the supernatural.
Even if I prove it to you that the supernatural, or I don't
You
even call
couldn't.
it
You can't.
supernatural,
You
but
can't
say I
prove
prove
it.
it to you, say I prove it to you, you're not going to convince anyone in the world because they have huge biases against this stuff. This is like taboo
No, it's
subject.
I'm
more
just saying.
that
I'm just saying, Martin. You have to admit. You have to admit, just looking historically, that Jesus was not the creator of the New Testament. It was people like Paul and Peter who came afterwards, years afterwards, and Paul, who
Jesus
really,
inspired the New Testament. That's what I said.
okay, so you might say that, but Paul could just be this regular guy who obviously hated Christians before he became a convert, but
Same with the
saw
Muslims.
saw an opportunity to, in especially in an aspiring world, who realize now that, you know what, you could cook pork long enough and actually eat it, you know, and it's not going to kill you. You know, I mean, there or shrimp, for example, which was also banned in Leviticus, or any hoofed animal in Leviticus, which was also banned. You can see just historically how Paul saw this and was like, you know what, I can create a new form of Judaism, basically. And
No,
we call
Jesus
it,
did it in the Gospels. He said it's not what goes into a body that what that whole verse that says it doesn't matter what goes into your body that makes you unclean. It's what comes out of your body. Like
my point is the Old Testament God from the New Testament God is completely freaking different and has nothing to do with Jesus. It has to do with Paul. And they,
well, you can believe that,
and
but let's get to
creationists
the evidence of demons, because we're
creationists
never
do
getting to
believe
it.
that it's creationists, not Christians, but creationists do believe that Yahweh is the same God throughout, and they do believe in all that crap.
It
So
took
that's my
us
point.
2 hours to get to 15 minutes in one video.
How long do you think it's going to take me to convert you? Go ahead.
I don't think you will be able to, but I wish you can convert me to not believe in demons. That I wish you can convert me.
all you have to do is it's something that we have made up, and it's our misconception of
I wish
something
it
that
was made up.
or it's something that we misunderstand in reality and we call it demon. It's a lot of different variables, but if it doesn't be confirmed in reality by somebody else, then how would anybody know that you're not just having a mental thing happen about demons? I mean, or you could be cartoons and stuff. They always, or any kind of entertainment thing, I guess. They involve stuff all the time when they're scary movies or entertainment, whatever. And then the games and everything, they have a lot of demon icon and all stuff. I can't think of the word. And people practice it in the movies too. So unless they say words and stuff, and do they have problems in real life? Maybe some of them mentally. So it's only that because they believed it or something, maybe. But most of them probably don't. That's just another form of entertainment. So that's all it is. It's only our brains are the ones making up this or relating it to this fictional thing as if it was real.
Well,
like anything
I hope
else,
you're
I
right.
guess.
I hope you're right.
Yep.
Martin,
It's real. Life itself is the confirmation that that happens.
What it?
Martin, if I can ask, what flavor of Christianity are you?
A Bible believing Christian. And I see a lot of flavors of Christianity is still Christianity. They just believe in some small stuff that I don't agree with, but that doesn't not make them a brother in Christ anymore. So I accept them as a brother in Christ.
What church do you choose for a Sunday?
I go to a Reformed church. I don't agree with everything they say. Like I don't agree with child baptism, but it's not like a thing that I would say, no, I'm not your brother anymore. It's just like a small thing that I don't agree about. But yeah. But I've went to many churches. Yeah. Okay,
Ready
let's
for the
go
video.
to the, let's
Yep.
get to the, to the
So
evidence.
we go back and forth, and eventually the
struggling.
atheist says, "Look, I'll buy a plane ticket and come see you." To which I reply, "How would that be any evidence at all? Even if you came to see me, how would I know that I'm not dreaming? How would I know that I'm not in the Matrix? How would I know that I'm not a brain in a vat that's being controlled by some mad scientist? How would I know that powerful aliens aren't just tricking me into believing that you came to see me?"
Because it's most likelihood, and you could have a hallucination or something, and you could be dreaming because you're wanting this person to come to you, and you'd be dreaming it or something. And you think if you think that dream was real or something, maybe. But if you're living in the real world, and you have most likeliness and likelihoods and stuff from your senses, you're getting new information from the real life from your senses.
So you say
Yeah.
if someone buys a plane ticket to come see you, it wouldn't be evidence of his existence, or what? It could be hallucination.
Only if it wasn't from your senses. If you have a way to document your experience with this person, everything could be just come down to just imagination, of course. But since we do have a way to, like now, we could be dreaming, whatever. But in that universe, or in this universe, I guess, even video games, it's hard to explain, man. It's
What
really,
David
if you
was
really
trying-
think about it, you can't
David
really
was
know in
just-
that sense. But since we have new information all the time, and in this period that we're experiencing, we can only go by what we experience in that universe, even if it was a dream or whatever.
Yeah, what David Wood is just showing is that you can always make up excuse for evidence, and now he's making up excuse for all the evidence this atheist is providing him for his existence. But that doesn't mean it's no longer evidence. You understand? The guy is saying, okay, this text message that I'm typing is evidence that I exist, and so he's making excuses for that evidence, but it's still evidence. Understand? That he exists. That atheist exists. You understand? I see you guys on the screen. It's evidence that you guys exist, but that a person can make excuse for that evidence, but it doesn't mean it's no longer evidence. They do the same in a court case. There's a lot of excuses for all the evidence, but it doesn't mean it's no longer evidence. It's a cumulative case. And same with demons, and same with God. It's a cumulative case of all the evidence.
But there is no evidence in the real world of this god or demon, so that's the problem. We have evidence
Yeah,
of people.
we're gonna get to the evidence after this video. I'm gonna provide the evidence. I was just showing that you can always try and explain away evidence. It doesn't mean it's no longer evidence.
There's ways to confirm or verify the things that exist. So that's the big difference between something that's just imaginary. But if you have something imaginary and you create it into the real world, now that thing that you were only imaginary or imagination that you had can be real life, or it's turned into a cartoon or CGI, whatever. It has a verification or a confirmation. But before you created it into the real world, it's even if after, it's not the real thing. It's not the existence of it itself. It's just something you modeled after your imagination. It's hard to explain. I can't really think. I can't really know how to talk. This is my problem. It's 10 different things I say at the same time.
But English is my second language, but is it your second language also? Because you struggle a little bit sometimes. Or...
No, it's my first because I have too many things I know. And
you have too much knowledge.
Yeah. Can't think of one. Can't stick to one version. My brain works that way. I have to say it all at once.
Okay. Good luck with that. Saying everything at once. Okay, what did you want to say?
I was just saying that the message says a lot of hypotheses, and hypotheses are something else than what we should talk about. there is a lot of what if scenarios, and that's infinite.
Yeah, what he was just doing is trying to explain away the evidence. So he says, like, just like the other guy, how would you know that it's God and not an alien? How would you understand?
I mean, I didn't see any evidence. I didn't see any evidence, guys.
Oh, we're not yet at the evidence. I'm just showing like what confirmation bias and huge biases and silly skepticism causes people to do.
Well,
Okay.
the problem is that you have it's hard to explain. He's trying to say all these things that are imaginary as if they are valid, as if you can test it or something. That's one of the problems.
Well, and
I'm
the
saying-
fact and the fact that demons only exist in the religion he believes in. that
there's
should
a
be-
lot of religions
That should
that
be a
actually believe
telltale
in demons.
sign right there.
There's a lot of religions that actually believe in demons.
And honestly, like I said before, if you knew that God destroyed 99% of everybody in a flood, everybody, that's an evil God right there. So how do you know that God is the God that you believe in from the Bible that you believe in is not actually the evil God, and you've just been confused to believe in the evil God? And how do you know that the devil and
respond to that?
and the demons are not actually better than the evil God who killed 99% of all, not even just humans, the animals? Like, dude, what do the animals have to do with anything? Come on.
We kill
it's
more
ridiculous.
animals on Earth each year than all humans that have ever existed. The amount of humans. So are we moral monsters for killing them all?
Yes, probably. We probably are.
So you
No,
eat
we
meat?
probably are. We
Have
probably
you
are.
killed animals?
We probably are. Yes, I have. We probably are.
So you're a moral monster for killing it?
Probably.
To the rat or mice or ants
I don't
and
think so.
spiders.
No.
They're moral if they knew that you did something.
You know what? That's a great segue, because honestly, since I've become an atheist, I've had to identify moral inequities within my own self. And although I'm not a vegetarian or a vegan, and I still eat meat and I still love to fish, ultimately, I think that people 50 years from now will think of me as a monster, because they know that I could probably get food.
So why
and
did you give it
protein.
up if you think you're a monster for killing all these animals?
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I am stuck. You know what? It's cognitive disillusion. Honestly.
So you can't really
or
bash
dissonance,
God because
dissonance.
you kill it as stuff as well.
No. I'm just saying that you're in cognitive dissonance as well as I am in regards to eating animals for food. We're in the same boat, but your boat is about believing in an intelligent being that supposedly created things.
And it has a Noah on it. But
Look, and
soldier, what's your difference between domesticated and tame?
Domesticated and what?
And tame.
Domesticated and pain.
Tamed. T-A.
Oh, tame.
Yeah. You got it.
I'm not sure what that means. Domesticated and tame. Like in regards to what?
You talked about animals, and we are eating domesticated animals.
Oh. So you're saying, so you're saying like something that we farmed versus something that we call a pet?
Yes.
Okay, so that obviously is a different list that all of us have throughout the entire world, right? I mean, in the United States, for example, we really don't like to see dolphins killed because we think they're sentient beings. Japan, not too much of a problem there. And you can see that throughout all of the world is we just create a list. We create a list of what is acceptable life form to farm or eat. And it really comes down onto the moral ethics of what that society created to believe in. Same thing. You go to India, not really too happy to kill a cow. Cows, we love cows in America. We love them.
Cows are domesticated. what I'm saying about domesticated is that human beings have genetically modified that species to perform towards the human species. What I
Yeah,
mean-
you're basically saying we're raising them to kill them.
yes.
That's what you're saying. And so,
Cheetahs and
so-
panthers and lions and
Yeah.
zoo.
no,
they might take-
no. I understand that, but it's the argument is basically, is it better off that that cow was able to be born and lived for a couple of years in a farm and then killed? Was it better for that cow versus it never being born? And my answer is yes, it would be better if it was never born. That's my answer. That's my answer.
But after it died, it's basically like if it was never born.
Yeah, but ultimately, it's a decision for you as a human. And again, guys, I'm not a vegan or vegetarian. I have not switched to that. I'm saying that to me, if I have to look at moral and ethics, that this would be the hardest argument for me to ever win against someone who is a vegan. Is the fact that ultimately comes down to, am I going to kill something else that is an actual life versus I have an option to not do that and still get the same protein or whatever. And maybe we're not there yet.
How many animals have you killed, actually? Do you keep count, or have you lost count?
No. So I'm a fisherman, right? So
how many fish did you have killed?
Not by profession, but I've killed thousands of fish, and obviously, and
okay, so are you a moral monster for that, killing those fish?
I think ultimately I will probably come to the conclusion that if I live in a world where I can eat things that taste exactly like the fish I catch, and it gives me the same nutrients, the same vitamins, same exact things, that I would be a moral monster for choosing to kill a different life form.
Do you enjoy killing fish? Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, absolutely. But that's a product. I mean, why are you laughing? I'm just being.
No,
honest.
I'm just laughing. It's imagine God enjoyed killing us. But
yeah, 99%.
God doesn't.
Right?
God doesn't enjoy killing us. He says in the Bible, He takes no pleasure in the death of the wicked.
Okay, Martin. Can you literally imagine? You being a god? Let's just say you're creating an ant farm, right? Creating an ant farm. You just now created an ant farm, and before you create the ant farm that out of 1 million ants, 999,000 are not going to worship you, and they're going to be deviants. And so immediately after you get to, like, let's just say the million ant marker, you decide to destroy the entire anthill and save 7 of those ants to repopulate your ant farm. But you knew this was going to happen before it all happened. Wouldn't you just skip that whole process and go to, I'm going to create the ant farm that didn't have 999,000 people that were wicked that I had to destroy them?
Yeah.
Come on.
So you want God to destroy people before they do evil.
It's just the most illogical story.
But so you want God to kill people before they do evil?
How come? Because
no, Soldier of Science sounds like he wants God not to make people that are allowed to like rebel against him. If he finds out someone's gonna rebel against him, he wouldn't create it. Like he would stop.
But he knew it, right? Yeah, he knew it.
So you want him to stop your creation because he knew you were gonna rebel. You're not glad to be created.
No.
Luckily,
are you glad to be alive?
No. That's not the answer. I'm not saying I want him to stop my creation for rebelling. The answer is that should show you that a God doesn't exist. That's the answer.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't have any evidence of that flood either. So
that is the response. The response is no. I want to not exist because I'm rebelling against God. The answer is coming up with that logical conclusion of an all-knowing God that's going to create an entire population to kill is just the most stupidest thing that you could ever come up with. And if you believe
You have
in
to
that,
remember, no one
you have
really
to-
dies.
if
In
you
God's
believe-
universe, no one
if
really
you
dies.
Believe in it. If you believe in it, you are programmed to believe in it. And
No,
and
like
not only,
saying
not
a
only
game creator, né? A game creator kills people in the game. He destroys their avatars. They're
This
still
isn't a game.
alive.
it's
And
not
the
a game.
same.
This
Yeah,
is
but
not.
I'm saying,
But they still die.
giving a.
They still die.
Yeah, and the creator can give them new bodies.
That's
They
something
they
else.
die
in
in the
that
game.
universe is still
Not a game.
but it's not in a
Yeah,
different
but
universe.
I'm just giving an example.
They're still in that same.
If
They're
God-
still
If God exists, no one is dead to him. Like your body is a robot that dies.
that's just
but
an
it's not-
imagination. I know. It's just their
Yeah, I'm just saying.
imagination about.
But
it's
let's
like
get to the evidence.
And I was gonna say,
We're not making
luckily,
progress.
luckily, we don't have a real life evidence of a wide flood. We only have evidence of that Iraqi flood that has the same depth back in that time period that people claim.
Scientists say there was a huge meteor that hit the Earth and it caused the extinction of dinosaurs and everything. And I think that caused a huge tidal wave. So I don't think 71% of the Earth is already underwater. You just need a little bit.
So a tidal wave does not cover 15,000 feet Mount Ararat ever, never happened. Especially not for 40 days.
You have to understand, if a meteor hits the Earth, the whole crust, everything moves around. So that mountain wouldn't be there. It would move underwater and come back.
Come on, Martin.
And
I mean,
all the cultures have a legend of this great flood. So it probably had like.
Let me ask you this: how could all cultures have a great idea of a flood if all cultures got wiped out by a flood except for Noah? That's just the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my life.
No, I'm saying,
and in all honesty,
this was not supposed to be the debate. We're supposed to discuss.
Okay, before you get to the evidence, let me just say, look up the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh.
I have,
please.
Just another legend of this great flood.
Thousands of years before the Torah, thousands of years before the Jewish tradition.
You think
it has no
has no origin in reality? You think there was no great flood in the past that these legends come from? You actually know that. They just made it up.
Actually, it's scientifically impossible because there's only so much H2O molecules in our entire system of Earth. There's only so much. You cannot add more to that system. It's just scientifically
do you know that
impossible.
Scientists have found water under the Earth that's 3 times more than the oceans above.
That is,
but that's different.
I'm
You
not
don't understand.
lying.
That's what you think of as actual
check
water,
the
but it's not actual water. It's like locked up in the rocks and stuff. It's
but
not.
it's still water. It's a
Yeah,
form of
but
water.
it wasn't. It wasn't like at one time. Like all at once. It was embedded in the rocks gradually.
Yeah,
over
like
time.
3 oceans amount of water under the Earth. You can go and check. Scientists have discovered it. They say they have discovered it under Earth. And if a meteor hits us, that water comes out. So that's why there's like in the Bible, there's like fountains of the deep that broke open. I think this is some of the fountains of the deep. But anyway, this is not supposed to be the debate. This is not supposed to be the.
Think about just this, so I can add.
I enjoy Martin. I enjoy you, man. I enjoy you. I have to say.
I enjoy you too, man. I enjoy you. Love you, man.
The Jewish people traditions, the angels in the Jewish people tradition in the Torah didn't have wings just before they came off the Babylonian exile. Now think about that. Why did angels in Jewish tradition have wings after they have come back from the Babylonian exile? And
I don't know if angels have wings or not. Perhaps some of them do. I don't know.
I guess my response is that I wouldn't believe anything the Bible says.
Okay, but let's get to the evidence.
Yeah. Here we go, finally.
And so we never actually get to a discussion of the evidence for God's existence because when I use the atheist's methodology against him, he can't even prove his own existence.
This just gets better and better.
The point here is that we can always explain away evidence. In the first century, thousands of people saw Jesus perform miracles, and the leaders had him crucified.
That's not evidence.
How could they explain away all those miracles? Easy. They said that Jesus performed miracles by the power of demons, and that would explain the miracles, wouldn't it? If Jesus were walking among us today, people would explain away his miracles by appealing to illusion or to deception, or if all else fails, to powerful aliens. But the atheists who are watching are saying, no, if God performed a miracle, we believe in him. If God healed an amputee, we'd convert right now. Seriously? You have no problem with an entire universe exploding out of nowhere, but an arm growing would make you a believer? You don't think it's at all strange that non-living matter rearranged itself to form life? But if a living arm grew out of a living body, you'd never dream of ignoring or...
He has a problem with, he already has like a preconception of these topics, so he's like thinking of an imaginary form. He doesn't understand the reality of it, of what the scientific understanding of these topics. I mean,
yes.
So he goes too far and just doesn't have any concept of what actually is.
Limbs doesn't grow out of themselves.
Well,
there are animals that can grow back the whole limbs,
but they're not.
I've seen atheists that ask for that evidence, and then they already try to explain it away with animals can do it. So
why do you think the lizards can grow back their tails and humans cannot grow back their feet?
Programming.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I think I heard one time that somebody put some pig, fake pig, something on their finger when it was like ripped off when they were like touching or too close to their propeller of their airplane or little airplane, like a remote controlled one. They got too close to the propeller and chopped off part of their finger, and they like somebody at some place, I can't remember, it's been many years, they put some kind of experimental pig some skin or something of what it was on their finger, and then the tip of the finger came back or something. That's just one time, but they should have had I think they have like studies of stuff. It's like we call it the stuff that forgot already, the stuff that when you first grow all the things that become your body parts and stuff. Stem cells. There we go. Found it in my mind.
Some stuff can regenerate. Some stuff can regenerate. There are a lot of things that in our body that can regenerate.
Yeah, like a fingernail even was grown back. So it was pretty amazing. But that with one person, I have to see more and see what actual science is behind it.
But saying that the lizard can regenerate its tail because of programming, that implies that a lizard have a better programming than a human, which is a God chosen. And how do you reconcile
I
that?
don't think you cannot say better programming at all, because there are mutations, and a mutation by default is just a mutation. It's not a bad mutation or a beneficial mutation. That is entirely dependent on your atmosphere, your environment. We could say that eagles have way better eyes than us. Do they have a better mutation for their eyes and their ability to fly? Are they better beings than humans? Mutations is just mutation. There is no such thing as beneficial or not beneficial. It's a mutation.
I totally agree.
Soldier of science. Do you know that?
I suspect that our Christian friend might say that our DNA is a code of some sort and a program that has been
DNA is like a programming code that nanomachines and factories in our cells read, and they carry out the commands, and there's like design strategies in the DNA code. Scientists have found design strategies like automatic error correction, files within folders, and data encryption.
Because it's the ones that survived. They survived.
But
they had that.
You know, we have automatic error correction built into our code. It's crazy. There's like machines running and double checking the code after it's been copied. and there's
Yeah.
multiple machines copying.
So Martin, you realize the same mechanism happens with COVID-19, right?
Yeah, and that's why I think humans can.
So is COVID-19 more special than humans?
No, we have computer viruses as well. Just listen. Yeah, we have computer viruses as well, and computer viruses are programmed. They are programming code that is made to spread that virus around between computers. And the same, we can make viruses that spread between people. Humans made that virus, the virus between computers. Humans programmed viruses that spread between computers, and we can do the same for viruses that spread between people. We can program it, and I think if demons exist, they are able to program it as well. And we're gonna get to the evidence for demons. So
I mean, okay.
Does it make sense? It's
not very much.
Kind of not.
It's based on it's a bad foundation, so anything that goes on top, it's just gonna topple over when you look at real life.
I think that the COVID virus might come from a lab. There's a lot of labs that do experiments on virus.
I don't deny that. I think that's a absolute possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but I don't know.
But regardless of even if man created that virus, it's still a virus that God allowed to happen. I mean, like all viruses, it allowed it to happen.
He allows it.
And its ability to replicate is the same mechanisms as the ability for human cells to replicate. It's the same exact ability. So when you argue, well, it's a DNA special code for humans, well, it's also a DNA special code for COVID-19. It doesn't matter if humans created that COVID-19.
Yeah, DNA, COVID-19 hijacks the whole cell, and so that it produces more viruses. The same as a virus of a computer hijacks the whole computer to make more of those viruses and spread it around to different computers. And it happens on its own. So yeah, in both cases, it happens on its own after it's been programmed to do so.
As far as I heard, viruses are not considered to be alive. Can you explain that?
Yeah, both viruses are not considered to be alive.
Both.
I don't think scientists see viruses as living things. They're just like machines doing what machines do. Nanomolecular machines.
Because they fail at some of the criteria, like a planet. You have Pluto fails as a planet.
Yeah.
It doesn't check all the boxes as for life. Just like Pluto doesn't check all the boxes for a planet. Actual planet.
Those boxes have been made by humans.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to manage a business continuity event in Florida right now.
Chilled, man. Chilled.
Yeah.
No, I'm literally my company just called me and was like, there's an emergency in Florida. You better find out how many people are living there.
Yeah, they don't want you to see the evidence for the demons, man.
No.
I'm joking.
I'm geocoding. I'm geocoding a population in Florida right now to see if they're about to be infected with toxic water reservoir. It's pretty awesome.
Florida's gonna be entirely flooded in the next 8 years, so I wouldn't bother about it.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true. Trudy's coming.
So I guess go back to the video, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost finished.
It's almost over. Yeah.
Blaming away the evidence? My atheist friends, by constantly demanding evidence while proving over and over again that evidence is completely meaningless to you and that your methodology is designed to help you avoid conclusions that you don't like, you're not showing us that there's no evidence for God's existence. All you're showing us is that
You're in denial.
And you might have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for us meddling Christians.
Anyway.
And that said anything when he was the one that doesn't have any evidence and he says it's evidence?
Yes,
that's the problem.
Evidence, Martin?
Huh? What?
Where's the evidence?
The evidence is gonna come now. That was just like a intro, so that you're gonna see if
20 minutes past.
Huh?
Wow.
This is awesome.
The evidence is not here.
No, We took 2 hours to get through that video.
Yeah,
It's
to
crazy.
get through his bad analogy.
Yeah, sorry guys.
So
It's all my
hopefully we
fault.
don't take hopefully we don't take 2 hours for the next evidence.
You know why? It's because Martin is learning way more from Soldier of Science than this crap he's about to show us. That's why.
true.
That's why. Go for it, Martin.
So you care about what people misunderstand and misconcept, or more than the actual real life of evidence and stuff? You'd rather care about what people that don't study the for real actually just talk about it, and they're said it backwards or something.
Okay,
I
I
was trying
sent
to say-
there a video with the first a starter of evidence for you guys, and hopefully we don't take 3 hours to get through it. It's a starter of evidence for demons.
Instead of another 2-hour video, why don't you tell
It's
us
not 2-hour video.
the evidence that you are very much convinced of?
It's listed in the video. In the video, it's listed. I could have made it a longer video because there's so much evidence, but
so much
but
evidence.
I try
You know-
to
you
keep
know,
it as short
guys,
as possible.
We're seeing demons every day here, folks.
Yeah.
So much. There is so much. I have never met so many people in my life. This is much like the Muhammad Ali versus the Joe Frazier fight of demonosity, folks. This is demon possession.
Okay, let's
for
get to the demon stuff evidence. Let's
So
go.
you said, did you make this video?
Yeah, I put it together for this guy, Jim Browning. He wanted me to give him evidence of demons, so I gave him this starter of evidence for demons. It's just a starter to get into. It's like a crash course almost. I don't know. It's multiple
It's like-
sources,
it's like
evidence
trying to
from
be-
multiple sources for demons.
It's
He
like
asked me to make it
trying
one.
to learn about the Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter too. People do that. So it has to base
Lord of the
itself
Rings
in
actually
real life.
comes. I think Lord of the Rings was inspired by the Bible, so you'll see a lot of similarities between the Bible and Lord of the Rings. The guy, I think he was a Christian, and that's what made him write the Lord of the Rings. I'm not
Uh-huh.
joking. They say that. I'm not. No, I don't know if it's a lie.
Okay,
Like-
how long are we gonna watch this, anyways?
You just say
How
Uh,
far do we?
It depends how much evidence you guys want. If
Okay.
you don't want lots of evidence, then you don't have to watch the whole thing. But there's lots of
Oh.
evidence in this video.
I'm gonna play it.
This video is made to help Jim Browning. He asked me to provide him with evidence that demons exist and that God exists. So I'm providing him with this starter that demons exist, which is indirect evidence for Creator. In the video, there's going to be different kinds of evidence from multiple sources. Could have added even more evidence, but then he probably would not watch it. If this video does not help him to see the truth, then I hope it still helps someone else. And because of Jim's huge biases, this video will probably not open his eyes. But
that's
I
a
would love to
huge
be wrong about that.
disclaimer.
Hey guys, are demons real? Do they exist? And can they possess people? Well, some say that demons do not exist because people just have psychological problems. Well, let me tell you, these people have never encountered or experienced somebody that is demon possessed, a Satanist, or a real satanic ritual. So let me make this very clear. Yes, there are a lot of people who have psychological problems. That's different. But there are also people who are demon possessed. Devil is real and demons are real.
And how did he get that information other than being a bias?
And why
gonna
the
get to it.
demon is a goat? How come? How come the demon?
I
is a
don't know
goat?
why he's using it, but we're gonna get to the evidence. He's just giving a
I
intro.
don't know why. It's in the Bible, and he has boobs.
So-
Look at this, It's big boobs.
Satan has used that. I think that symbol that of that goat.
I gotta play the video to get that
Should not
off.
be taken
Yeah.
lightly. How do I know this? Well, I grew up with it. For me, this is something that's very, very normal. So in this video, I'm going to share my story with you, and I'm also going to show you some real footage of demon possession. I'm going to say this again, this is not something that you should take lightly. It is not a joke, but it is a real world that we live in. The world is not just physical, but spiritual. So before I start,
Nah,
I just want to
fail.
provide protection for me and also for you guys. So let's do it. Got it.
Well, spiritual is in personality, maybe, but not as a supernatural thing. Because the soul just means emotions, and spiritual is just the personality. That's what we find out in real life understanding of when people use those words. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
I just ask for protection from you, from me, and also the people that's listening to this video right now. Protect us from all kinds of evil, from the devil, or the attacks from any kind of demons. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
What?
Of course, yeah. Some disturbing video.
And this is not some kind of How can you tell the difference between a mental problem and
They're gonna get
demon
to it.
possession? Okay.
Cliche.
How you know it's not actors too? Another thing.
Yeah, exactly. People fake. People are mentally ill. This is
Yep.
what happens.
I'm looking for the good excuses. So these guys are all mentally ill.
Yeah,
Faking it.
yeah,
Okay, wait.
probably.
Okay, wait.
Yes,
Let's
yes,
li- yeah, listen.
probably. Most likely.
Would you
Okay.
would you say that a lot of mentally ill people that have been presented in the Catholic exorcism stuff are Christians?
I mean,
I don't know.
wouldn't it be? Isn't it amazing that that demon possession only happens to Catholics and Christians?
No, it happens to
I mean,
atheists. I'm gonna show you one atheist
it's
in the
amazing.
video. There's one atheist in this that tested around with a lot of religion, satanic stuff, and so he wanted to test if he has demons.
Okay.
Of exorcisms, but realizes that dealing with skepticism is part of the job.
I think it's completely rational and reasonable to think that possession and the reality of demons is medieval nonsense, as you say. Without a direct experience of something this extraordinary, I think it is natural and rational to conclude that it's not real. Classically, there are 3 levels of demonic problem. Infestation, which is when a demon is active in a place or a space. Oppression, which it has now focused on a particular person. And possession, when that person has allowed that demon to take over their body. I'm Dr. Richard Gallagher. I'm a board-certified psychiatrist. I'm also a professor at New York Medical College in psychiatry and on the faculty at Columbia. 25 plus years ago, I found myself being asked by clergy of many different faiths to investigate and give them my psychiatric opinion about people that they thought might be demonically attacked. I went into my conversation with this priest a little on the skeptical side, and somewhat to my surprise, he liked that. He said, well, if we didn't think you were skeptical, Dr. Gallagher, we wouldn't have wanted to use you. Well, I guess he had heard about me, and that's why he came to ask my opinion. I believe in science. I trained at an American medical school.
What was that?
Is this related with this satanic panic? Because he looks from that age.
I don't know. But he says he has done a lot of research and has a lot of experience in this field. But anyway, we can hear what he says.
Okay.
I use the results of scientific studies every day of my life. I believe in evolution, I believe in the Big Bang, I believe in quantum theory. I just have had a rare window or a rare opportunity to study these things a little more rigorously than most doctors would have. With a possession, you have to have, at least in the Catholic Church, what is called moral certainty. And there are very strict criteria, and it really depends on evidence. The essence of a possession is a person going into a trance and a demonic sounding voice coming out of them. Attacking the people, attacking religion, usually using very crude and violent language, like leave her alone, she's ours, this type of thing. Superhuman strength, knowing.
And another thing is
Can you put the sound a little louder? I can't hear so good.
yeah. I forgot about that. Another thing can be chemical imbalance, like through lack of nutrition, or
I hope it's that.
like, or of course, certain like drugs or something that can affect your neurons. So, and then it could be brainwashing too. You could certain things can trigger you.
Hunger can make us move fucking mountains.
Perhaps.
That's super.
And then
I haven't seen someone move a mountain, but yeah, perhaps. No, I'm joking.
there's also beliefs and stuff can change a person how they act. Like, you know, a lot of people that commit the things after a while they've been studying all this imaginary stuff for so long, and then they just snap, or they get fussed up, or whatever you say, get sick and tired of the government or something.
How would a mental illness be cured by exorcism? Like, how would a mental illness be cured by exorcism? Wouldn't cure a mental illness.
No,
So
but
people wouldn't do exorcism on mental illness because it wouldn't cure it.
The question is, Martin, how do you differentiate between demon possession and mental illness?
There's people that specialize in that. It's people like this that specialize, as psychologists that specialize in that field.
People
So
are
they can.
specializing in mental illness, not in demonology.
This guy is specializing in this field.
Medi
The guy
actually
that-
believes in the demons
psychologist.
too, doesn't he? That if he already had
Yeah,
a
he
belief,
did it at the beginning. He was very skeptical and stuff. He said that at the beginning, and the people that he worked with was glad he was skeptical because otherwise they wouldn't have gone to him. They don't work with like people that are not skeptical about this.
He said big words like quantum and physical and
Yeah, he says he just believes in that as well, just as he's believing
Just-
in demons.
just
But he-
because you believe in
he-
something doesn't mean you understand it.
think about it. He believes in reality and not in reality in the same time. How do you reconcile this? Because everything that exists is reality, and demons are outside the reality, outside.
But they
our
can come
perception.
into our reality.
How?
They seem
How-
to be
And
able.
how do you know
How
that?
did,
I can show you that.
how did you know they were first called demons in the first place?
We're
Unless
gonna look at
somebody,
it, yeah, and I have more evidence of. I think demons are able to move stuff as well, and I have some evidence of that as well.
My friend, is your evidence gonna be more videos?
It's video evidence of moving demons moving stuff.
What do you think about all this? What's your first opinion?
What? Like, I wish this wasn't true. I wish there was good excuses for all the evidence I provide.
Even
that I
if,
don't-
even if you show me something that is being moved, if it's not like, if I don't see like a dude with horns and wings moving that, and you're just going to show me like some objects moving, in all honesty, even if you believed in ghosts or spirits or different dimensions,
I don't believe in
or-
ghosts
or,
and
or
it's just
anything like
demons.
that, or anything like that, to then settle on that it must be a demon moving this thing and not the wind or anything like that is
strange.
is
When
just
you,
logically ridiculous. It's logically ridiculous to come to that conclusion. I hope you understand that before you start.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
go ahead.
well,
Think
I'll show
about
you
it.
the evidence. Then you can come
Think
with the
about it.
excuses. Don't make excuses yet. You haven't even seen the evidence.
just like if you met an extraterrestrial, you wouldn't think it came from outer space. You'd first think that it was something of the Earth, of course. I mean, if he was like they would be
Or-
like somebody in a
or-
costume or a robot, of
or,
course.
or anything that we have not even discovered in the natural physical
yeah.
world. There could be
Or-
literally so all of us as humans, we have evolved as we're actually 4-dimensional creatures, right? With time. We've evolved as 4-dimensional creatures. We see things in 3 dimensions. We see things around us in 3 dimensions. But so far, we have absolutely no idea if there's 20 dimensions right now. And maybe we just only evolved as a creature to see 3 of those, and with time 4 of them. So so if anything that you now see that you are attributing to the supernatural could be attributed to a different dimension. Let's just say that's one example. That's one example
Yeah.
out of many.
I agree.
But
I agree with you.
That we don't have the physical evidence to prove that. But then to just go, you know what? It must be a demon. Takes it. It's like saying it could be a leprechaun.
But it couldn't.
It's
It could be.
equivalent. It's
Would you
equivalent.
admit?
It's the equivalent.
Wouldn't you admit if there's beings living perhaps in another dimension that it could be a demon? And wouldn't you be open to evidence of this, or would you be totally closed?
Absolutely. But I would not settle my evidence on that. I mean, it's literally like settling and saying, you know what, it's a unicorn, or it's a leprechaun,
Hmm.
or it's
Yeah, you
any,
do tests
it's
on that
any,
stuff.
it's anything that you have not been able to prove with the natural world, and that you've decided in your brain could be a reason for that. But there's thousands of could be's, right? So anything that you decide to settle on is the worst position, rather than just saying I don't know. Just saying I don't know. That's the
Well,
best position.
I hope I'm wrong. I think there's lots of evidence for demons, and that's the problem. I wish you could explain all the evidence away, so that I don't
All
have
right,
to
all right,
think
all right.
there's demons.
Okay.
I'm chipping away at you, Martin. I'm chipping away.
Go for it,
Go ahead.
please.
Go.
Martin,
Yes, Ed.
we're not here to make you think otherwise, or that to make you feel less than what you feel at the moment.
It's a friendly discussion.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a friendly discussion. That's why we named it that. And I don't want to believe false stuff. So I want people to give me reasons not to believe this. Understand? I see how many people are deceived in this world, and I have to be aware of my biases to not. I don't want to be deceived. That's why I want to hear you guys, what you guys have to say.
What truth means for you?
What truth means to you?
Well, truth is what it exists.
Statements of reality that can be verified or confirmed, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would say, like, I think God is truth. And like Satan is the father of lies.
But never
That's
been
what I-
confirmed or verified.
Yeah, but
so.
that's what I think.
Would you
But-
say, Martin, that love is a form of supernatural?
I think God is the author of love. And love is immaterial.
Wow, you haven't read the Bible.
I've read it from
You've absolutely you have. If you think God is love, you have not read the Bible, my friend.
God
I mean-
over and over says he is loving and he dies for his enemies. He came to earth to die. That's why Muslims struggle to believe this, because they can't understand how a loving creator would come and die for us.
Martin, can I please appeal
Hmm?
to your logical sense? Just please,
Go
for a
for it.
second. for a second, let's use just some human logic here. And I know the first thing when I say human logic is your brain deflects to, well, God's logic is outside of humans, and therefore we can't explain God's logic. But I'm just gonna again revolve back to the fact that God is all knowing. And the fact that an all-knowing God knows it's going to create Adam and Eve. It knows they're going to eat from this tree of knowledge and therefore create the original sin in the first place, right? And then lets them populate the entire world, only to destroy them with the flood, right? Follow me here. And have another family commit incest and repopulate the world. Repopulate the world. You know, even though that flood was supposed to be like, hey, this is going to solve this. We're gonna kill all the wicked people here. There's only going to be this family, and the rest of the world's going to be all grand.
I think there's more going on in that story.
Hold on. But no, that's not what happens. This family creates an entire different world, which is still evil according to God, and then says, you know what? I'm going to send my son, aka myself, right? At this point, we weren't a triune God. At this point, we weren't. You know, what? Hold on. Let me take that back. Maybe we were God and the Holy Spirit, but we didn't have a triune God at this point. I'm going to create the triune God by sending myself, aka God, to go down and forgive everybody of their sins, just because, hey, they need to see someone die to to forgive all these people of their sins as long as they accept him. But I knew that was going to happen from the very beginning. Is just the most illogical concept you could ever comprehend. I mean, this is a God that knew it was going to, you know what? In that story, skip past Adam and Eve, skip past Noah, get right to Jesus Christ died for your sins. There you go. Start the earth right there at that
I
point.
would say to get right to the Song of Songs, which is
I think there's a lot more going on with that flood. I think demons wanted to stop Christ from coming, so you will see in the Bible they try to infect God's bloodline to stop it. So they had like sex with humans and made these giants, supposedly, and that's why God had to flood the whole earth to.
Luckily, we don't
destroy
have
them.
that in real life.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a biblical standpoint, like he was asking me.
So if God is an all-powerful God, could God just erase all the things it just created without like a flood or any natural thing that happened to have, had to happen on the planet, for
Thanos.
example? Like couldn't you just like erase? Couldn't you erase every all the animals, every just like a pencil eraser, just erase them off? Like you're a God, right? Like why would you need to drown babies? Why would you need to drown millions of babies who actually had not been able to sin because they were just born? Why would you need to drown millions?
Are
of
you
babies?
pro-choice?
Am I pro-choice?
Yes. No, I'm just asking because atheists always nag about babies, but then they're pro-choice.
I would say that I would honestly say that I'm against people going through abortion, but I also understand. I also understand the difference between killing something that we have not yet defined as an actual life versus how much that life could influence or detriment the person who's giving that life. And I'll, you know what, I'm going to tell you an honest story here. My former wife we had a baby that unfortunately did not get diagnosed. It had fetal hydropsis, which is a condition where water builds in the lungs and in the brain of the fetus and actually like swells up inside the body. And we didn't even find that out till she was 7 months pregnant. So you can't even imagine the horrible thing that she had to go through to get out what we considered a life. So when you're asking me my opinion of that, I completely realize that if you look at countries like the Philippines, for example, where abortion is illegal, you have thousands and thousands of women dying from botched illegal abortions. And you have that same thing happen in the United States before it was illegal. And so for me, the issue comes down to is where does science prove that a life is an actual life, and where is the line between allowing that life to live and also causing harm to the person giving that life? And so I don't know the entire answer, but in short, I'm against someone having an abortion just because they want to get rid of a life. But I think if someone is raped, they were raped by their family member, or
what's worse, rape or murder?
Honestly, that's I guess what it comes down to, what the moral and ethics and where you define that life.
Well,
if there was no creator, then
moral and ethics comes to consent. And that's all that matters.
Yeah,
that's
for me, it's between the person that's having the baby and the doctor.
Exactly.
That's one of the hardest issues for me, honestly. It's definitely one, like I talked about the whole vegan thing, which I'm in cognitive dissonance about that completely. At least with abortion, it's a more nuanced, I know really the history of the world where that's involved. And, when you bring up a comment like, is murder better than rape? Well, what happens is a lot of women that are in countries where abortion is illegal, they do die. So it's not just murder or rape. It's women dying. It's women dying who know that they can't bring another life form, and they're doing this regardless of whether it's illegal or legal, is kind of my point. And so there's a mitigation, right? There's a mitigation effort in ethics of whether it's the adult life that you're saving versus the child's life. And so you're therefore having to make a decision on, I'm going to defend this innocent child versus this adult who may be innocent as well. And that's, for me, I can't decide that. I can't make.
Whose choice is that?
Whose choice is that? That's society's, obviously, and we do it by statistics usually, and we pass laws.
Isn't that stupid?
How is that stupid?
The society is to choose for my future child.
Society's always chosen your morals. It hasn't been a religion. In fact, religion follows society. If you look at history, society advances in moral ethics far quicker than religion does.
Yep. Yes, but all it goes till 2021, and it goes till consent. And I think we have figured it out how to consent to things in 2021.
Right
now, I am aware that 100 years ago, some members of our species didn't have enough. I don't want to say rights, but
I get where you're going with this. But I'll tell you this, and this isn't defense, but especially in religious countries, and this even happens in the United States, that even couples or a woman and a man, and sometimes it's not a woman and man, sometimes it's two 15-year-olds who are having sex, they don't have the education to even really know what's exactly going to happen. I mean, you could say that in 2021, everybody knows this, but I sincerely doubt this if you go to poor parts of India and poor parts of the Philippines and poor parts of Africa and poor parts of the United States. I can seriously, honestly tell you that couples having sex do not have the education or even ability to protect themselves with a condom or birth control pills or anything like that. So then,
but that doesn't justify them for murdering the baby.
So that becomes the ethical decision, and I mean
Like,
that's where we're at.
we-
That's where we're at on a planet, right? That's where we're at.
Because I believe in God, I think it's never right to kill a baby, and I think a lot of the world wants.
except in war, when
huh?
God says to.
No. Like
when
Hitler said Jews are not human, so they are just animals, so we can kill them. And the same with the babies. They're trying to dehumanize them, just like Hitler did to Jews, so that it becomes legal to kill them. And so Satanists can legally kill a baby in a mother and not get in trouble for it. They can legally sacrifice a baby to Satan, and it's legal. And the people do this, actually.
So
There are
I mean,
people that actually
I think for you. Oh, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed.
The same thing Yahweh said about the Canaanites, and tell the Jews that you kill them all and take them land. I am granting you this. So what's the difference between Hitler
or
and God?
Canaanites or the Amalekites,
The
or anyone else? I mean,
it's like say you're saying on street you want to kill someone, and then you're like, why can't I kill this person? Because why can the state kill an evil guy? Why are they allowed? This is hypocritical. Why can't I kill them?
Right.
The
You have a
state is allowed
trial.
to kill them. Yeah, same with God.
Martin, would you be better off with a solution where every child that is born has a reverse vaccination, where they're not able to get pregnant until they're able to have a stable life and have enough financial capacity to raise that child? Would you be okay
Just
with
give the
it?
child up for abortion. Not abortion, adoption. Sorry.
Adoption.
Yeah.
A
lot of people do.
Yeah. So
that's
then,
better than
so
murdering
then,
the child.
so I mean, that's the honest. That's where we come down to ethics. Is where is this child a child? Where is it? Is it just cells once a sperm and an egg comes together? Is it life at that point? I think honestly for you that because you have a religious belief, you think that there's a certain point where there's a spirit that is invoked with this being. And I think probably science and neuroscience and medicine will come down in the determination of when a fetus can feel pain is ultimately what biology will probably come to as that red line. And I agree with you. I agree with you that a red line should be made, and I agree that we shouldn't be at a place in society where people are murdering their children after that red line. But at the same time, you then have to look at everything else in society, which makes it so that a woman has to deal with this. I mean, us as men aren't dealing with this, right? We don't have this problem, where we're uneducated and we're getting pregnant and we have to go through this actual ethical issue of whether we're killing a bundle of cells versus whether we're killing another human.
It's weird. If someone kicks that woman in the stomach and kills a baby, he would be sentenced to murder.
It's intention. It's intention.
Yeah,
Yep.
but if
Just
the
like if you
woman
threw your
kills it,
computer
then it's legal.
down, somebody
intention.
destroy your computer, you'd be
It's
mad.
It's intention.
funny
It
that
comes
there
down.
will be
It
a
comes down
murder.
to intention. And I absolutely sympathize on this argument. It's the hardest. It's one of mine that I have not fully developed in my own mind, and I sympathize with this argument with you. But it comes down to
you have a little a good heart there somewhere down there. So
a good
we
what?
probably should go. You have a good heart somewhere there inside you. A little bit of good
No.
heart there
I mean, honestly, I honestly think there has to society does have to come up with a red line as to what's considered murder. And right now there is a gray line. There's a gray line on intention versus when a bundle of cells is actually a human. And I think for you it's that once there's conception, there's a spirit. And for me, I just reject that completely. So
okay, but say Satanists want to sacrifice, they would always try to do it legally. So say they want to sacrifice that child and they would time it till when it's legal. Just before it's not legal, they would do it. And
That's
it would be
your
legal. Would
conception.
it be wrong in your eyes to sacrifice a child, kill a child like that? Because it's still legal.
Well,
do
yeah,
it.
Absolutely. Because it still comes down to intention, right? And then how do you prove that person's a Satanist? I mean, are you going to say just because they happen to abort this cells that we have determined is not really a life at this point? Just say biology does that. I haven't said it has, but if you do that, are you a Satanist because you do that? Or are you a realist or a pragmatist because you know that this life form is going to cause you to have a horrible life?
No, I'm talking about people that actually believe in demons, and so they sacrifice stuff to these demons. And some of the stuff, they sacrifice children to these demons. And I can show you examples of that.
Don't.
Okay. So let me ask you this: what do you think the percentage of the world is people sacrificing to demons?
I don't know.
I mean,
But it's
just give
probably
me,
larger
just
than
give
we
me.
think. It's probably larger than we
Let me ask you
think.
this: is it less than people who believe in the Flat Earth Society?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, just in your honest opinion.
I don't know, but I think the Flat Earth
Do you
Society.
think that the amount of people sacrificing to demons or actually believe in demons is got to be at least on the equivalent, if not less, than people who believe in a flat Earth? Come on, Mark.
I don't know, but I just think the Flat Earthers.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer is
no
yes.
No one's taking a census of this stuff, man. So I don't know. How do you know?
So
no one's gonna say, "Yeah, I sacrifice babies. I will be on the census." No one will do that.
Think about how prosperous would a society be that the society should sacrifice its children. I mean, that society should been dead like 3,000 years ago.
Well, societies have done it
and they were
throughout the ages.
and they were called the
demons.
Mayans and the Aztecs.
Yeah,
and they're gone, right? Those guys are gone.
There's multiple people that also sacrificed babies in the Bible, and today they sacrifice it on sexual sin. Huh?
You are gonna go to the Marduk sacrifices and Mesopotamia.
Molech, there's like a Molech, that they throw their children into the. I don't think they're all dead.
Those gods are all forgotten, and your God is forgotten as well.
Well, I wish they were all forgotten, but some Satanists still call them
Moloch and Yahweh.
Hey, Martin.
Well,
let me ask you: Are you really a believer? Or are you just like a atheist trolling?
No, I'm really a believer.
Okay,
I'm not trolling. I'm sorry if you think I'm trolling.
I had to double check because I'm like, you're a pretty smart guy. You're a pretty smart guy.
Do you have people that troll as atheists?
I've just recently been starting to call into some live shows. So yeah, you guys like. I don't have a big channel or anything.
To be fair, Martin, what keeps you inside?
What do you mean?
Why are you a believer?
Because of evidence.
We're
getting to some of the evidence now, but every time we stop.
Yeah, so we went on this long tangent for like a half hour about.
It takes like
babies,
like 15 minutes. Takes like 2 hours to discuss.
But you could explain your evidence that you.
It's better to see the evidence than just me explaining it.
It's better to tell me what.
No, I'll rather give you experts. There's experts that I'm giving you in this video.
I don't care about experts. I care about your opinion.
No, it doesn't matter my opinion. It's what
Ed, don't forget about Europeans. Europeans are good people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You said your opinion. You said got it.
I know.
Okay.
But UK is not European anymore, so.
Okay, one more thing. Have you had an experience, Martin?
No, like I told you, I have had that experience, that 3 o'clock experience happened to me. But I wanted to do more tests on demons, but it's super dangerous. It's like doing tests on drugs. I want to test all the drugs, but I'm not going to use them, you understand? Because it would be stupid. I'd rather listen to other people testing it and seeing how they crap, how they suffer. Huh?
Why is 3 o'clock important to you? Because that's a Hollywood thing.
No, like it's just weird. I see demons doing a lot of stuff in threes, and so it's because I think they hate God, and God is triune. So when they scratch people, whatever, they would be like 3 scratches, or they would wake you up at 3 a.m. And I've seen that a lot. Like when I watched a movie, there was a movie I watched, Emily Rose. It's based on a true story. And me and my family watched it, and we all woke up at 3 a.m. for 3 nights in a row, and it scared the hell out of me. And I wanted to do tests on this and see if it's just a movie trying to play tricks on your mind. So I asked other people to watch it, and if you listen to the beginning of this stream, then I explained what happened. One guy I wanted to do a test on, and he didn't even watch the video, and he woke up at 3 a.m. I scared the hell out of him, and he didn't want to do any more tests.
Supernatural stuff happens at 3 a.m. Why do you think supernatural stuff happens at 3 a.m.?
Like, I think demons hate God, and it's the opposite. They always do the opposite. Like 3 a.m. is or 3 p.m. is the miracle hour or something, and they do the opposite.
You know that 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. is 24 times a day. Happens all around the world.
3
24
a.m.
times.
3 a.m.
Yeah, both of them happens twice a day.
No.
Yeah.
3 a.m. only happens at night.
No, it happens all around the world depending on the time zone.
Oh yeah. I know that. Yeah.
So it's all day and all night.
Yeah. So
3 hours till a demon possession.
Like
do they care about time? What's it called?
It's only 3 a.m.
Daylight savings. Do they care about?
It's only 3 a.m. in your time at that point. So the demons are constantly moving around every hour. You see, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Depending on your geographical location, but that's where they're appearing, folks.
Like go on the internet and then type in 3 a.m. You'll see a lot of people experiencing the same thing. It's a weird phenomena.
Yeah, it's something that our minds conjure.
Yeah.
It's our timing of our minds.
That's
most
what you have to
likely.
test. That's the test that I wanted to do.
It's the same thing as seeing a demon in a cloud, right? Because you're human and you immediately congregate to patterns, and we're pattern seekers. It's period. It's the whole reason.
But that's why
people believe in QAnon or people believe in a flat Earth society. You follow a pattern, and then you look for confirmation bias to accept that pattern. And
I try not to have confirmation bias.
That's the videos you go to. You go to those videos.
No, that's my own experience. I experienced it actually, and it's weird, and I didn't understand it, so I wanted to do tests on it. So I wanted to do tests on my friends to see if they experienced the same thing, and I found many people experience the same thing. My friends experienced. They didn't even watch the whole movie. They experienced it. Other guys didn't even watch it at all.
So
and
if you didn't even have to watch the movie.
There was a guy that wasn't a Christian, and he said he woke up at 3, his light went on next to his clock, and his vase fell off, and it scared the hell out of him. And I just laughed at it.
Do you think?
Because I've never heard that in my life.
Do you think a movie can have a causal effect on demons coming into your life? As a rational person.
I think if you study too much about demons, then it can open doors to you. That's why I don't try and study the whole day about demons, because it's just too much negativity. I try and study more about God.
And again, you're confirming that you have a confirmation bias about demons, and so there's part of your brain that's afraid to study them. But there's another part of your brain that wants to study them.
I'm not afraid to study them. I'm not afraid to study. That's why I'm studying it now with you guys. I'm not afraid to do it. I'm just not going to study it 24 hours a day, because that would mess me up. It's like looking at war the whole day, every day war, and then you're coming back from a war. Have you seen how messed up people come back from war?
Yep.
That's why I don't.
That sounds like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, wasn't it? So you're not gonna be very rough with them, but you're gonna deal with them in your own terms. Is that right?
Like, I'm not obsessed with demons. That's what I'm getting to. I'm not gonna have some obsession with them. I'm more obsessed with God than demons.
So don't you think that they would have had scientific testing of if it was the person's brain or if it was actual demons by now? Out of all the years that people claimed that there are demons out there, they don't have any kind of documentation by now?
Well, yes, a psychologist that worked with this stuff, and he says it cured people. Exorcism cured them. If it was just mental illness, it wouldn't cure them.
But not quite.
We should get to the evidence. We're just 6 minutes.
Can cause mental illness.
Huh?
I mean, deep Christianity can cause mental illness.
Well, in the video, I got an atheist that's super skeptical about mental illness, about demons. I mean, he's super skeptical about it. He tests a lot of religions and makes fun of it. And now he wanted to test,
Skeptical
atheist.
about demons is not an atheist, because demons presuppose
No,
supernatural.
he doesn't believe in
Well-
demons. Like, he doesn't believe in God or demons, and he just makes fun of religions. He tests around with the stuff, and then he messed around with a lot of satanic religions, and then he wanted to
Yeah.
test if he has demons. And you'll see in the video what happens to him.
There's
He's
called
super skeptical
brainwashing.
about
You know, we have our own triggers and stuff. Yeah, we don't. It's not like things don't affect us. We have senses and stuff. Everything we are triggered by our past memory and
Martin,
how our brain work and sometimes.
Hey Martin, I
Yes.
told you I was a Christian for 40 years, and I was actually in a Pentecostal church. I was actually a former deacon. I was a deacon by the time I was 17 years old, and it was a Pentecostal church where many people spoke in tongues.
I don't think that tongues. I think that tongues is a big mistake. I think
so.
that
So
tongues is a
let
big
me ask
mistake.
you. Let me ask you, as expressed with personal opinion from my personal knowledge of all these people speaking in tongues who said it was the Holy Spirit within them. Would that evidence suffice to you that there's a God because they were speaking in tongues?
Even the pagans speak in tongues, so it's not
So
good evidence. And
guess
they
what?
speak
Guess
in
what?
tongues, and
Guess
if
what,
you
Martin?
analyze
Guess what?
their tongues, it's not a language. So
Martin.
Hmm.
All of those experiences of speaking in tongues by the Holy Spirit is equivalent to people believing that a demon is infecting their psyche, because their psyche
No, it's
could
not
be.
the same.
It is. It's the
You can do
exact
on,
same.
those,
It's the exact same.
tongue speaking,
Exactly
and you can
the
figure
same.
out it's false. But in demons, there's like the psychologist that tests, and he says it just makes sense that it must be demons. And I wish he
Right.
was wrong.
A
But we'll get to the
psychologist that
evidence. We
believes in
haven't-
demons.
He didn't believe before he actually worked with it and studied it.
And he's not a neuroscience either. Not a neuroscientist. I mean.
So I don't remember the name of the person that had, what was it, $1 million or $5 million reward for any person.
James
that,
Randi.
Any person that could show
Yeah.
proof of the supernatural, including demons, and so far that reward has never been claimed.
There's
James
a reward.
Randi.
I think there's a reward as well if you can show that programming code like DNA can come from non-intelligence. There's like a super big reward, and no one has showed that either. So it doesn't mean like, you understand. There's lots of Christians give lots of rewards. Even that, what do you call it? Kent Hovind gave lots of people rewards if they could show him certain stuff, and he also claims no one gave him that. So, yeah.
But
we should
if
probably
you're
get to the
gonna
video.
things that can't happen in reality, see if you're gonna say there's a reward for going back in time, something like that.
Exactly. You can't give you can't give a reward for something that's unprovable.
And
Well,
just because
people do
humans
get the
don't know
reward.
how to do it, just because humans
Yes.
don't know how to do something, it doesn't mean nature can't do it itself either. And natural
I think there's
processes.
people like that give rewards to people for they have to prove evolution to them or something like that, and then they're just super biased, so that no one can get the reward because they just make excuses for all the evidence. You understand?
Or the person
so no one can get the
move,
reward.
they also move the goalpost too.
Yeah.
So that makes a problem for them to ever have their questions being answered, and they
Yep.
don't have it direct. Whatever, I can't think of how to say it. Okay, finally get back to the video, maybe.
Secrets of people that a human being could never know otherwise.
Two
She
of
was
America.
a Satanist, self-professed high priestess of a satanic.
See, they're giving all this visual
Right
stuff,
before I
triggering people that
So
maybe
just go
that-
back there and put it a little louder. Like I can't.
Oh, you
hear
need
what
it louder?
Can you go
Yeah,
back
I
to the
can't-
text? Can you go back to the text right before it goes in? Right here, right there. Freeze it there.
Mhm.
Hold on. Tomb of America's leading exorcist asked Gallagher to consult on a case they described as one of the most severe demonic possessions they had ever witnessed. Okay, continue.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yep. You got it.
Mhm.
You got it. You got it.
She was a
100% now.
Satanist, self-professed high priestess of a satanic cult. The night before I first met her, I was in my bedroom with my wife at about 3 a.m. and we had 2 cats, and these 2 cats just went completely berserk.
It
in
was
a
the
way that we
cats.
had never seen before, and we were mystified. And the next day, the priest introduced me to Julia, and the first words out of Julia's mouth were, "Well, Doc, how did you like those cats last night?" Now, I'd never met the woman before. And once I was on the telephone line, on a landline in this case, with the other exorcist. Now remember, Julia was not on the phone conversation. This was not a
Sometimes you can misunderstand somebody. They're probably saying something different, and then your something on your mind, it turns it into what you want it to be, not actually what was said. Is that what you guys have experienced?
No, I don't know what you
I mean,
were
something
saying
like
there,
that in
but
your life. I mean, something
I
like
don't
that
know
in your
what you were
life.
saying.
If you have something on your mind and then somebody says something, but it makes you think that what you had on your mind was what they said.
Are you referring to synchronicities and Jungian?
Yin
bullshit?
yang?
Is it?
What was that?
Are you referring to synchronicities and Jungian bullshit?
I'm not sure. what that means.
What were you saying? I still don't understand.
Are you referring to synchronicities and I mean the stuff that come together in
Like positive, negative.
yes ways? And, that's what was argued by Jung, which was against Freud in the back in the days, and made all this thing popular.
Oh, Sigmund Freud,
Yes, Sigmund.
the psychologist or something that was somehow got
Psychoanalyst.
coined. When I thought he was shown that he was doing a lot of bad things or something. It wasn't actual
Well,
psychology
he
or
was
something. I
a-
can't remember.
He was a horrible man, but he was a brilliant scientist. To be fair.
Okay. Guess back to the video.
conference call or anything. We actually knew where she was at the time. She was about 1,000 miles away. And that same voice came in over the phone line, said the same kind of thing. She's ours, leave her alone. So I said to the priest, I said, did you hear that? And he said to me, yeah, the evil spirit can even interrupt our phone conversation, which I found pretty remarkable. It was pretty creepy, but I also found it pretty remarkable.
There are static energies and like natural
Yeah,
stuff, you know,
could be
and
static energies and stuff. I don't know.
that are detectable by, of course, with scientific tools. And it's called electrons and stuff, or magnets, and things can change our neurons too. So maybe some animals can feel that too, you know, static or what's the other field that messes with their.
There are
They say
animals that can feel the prey with their noses. I mean, what are we talking about?
I guess just fields that are energy that can affect matter, of course. Like it's
Not really.
it could. I mean, I guess it's just electrical fields I'm thinking of, because
Animals can have sonar, can have radar, not radar, electrical fields, 360 eyes. They have animals can have multiple ways to see their prey. And, on even on the idea in their current lifestyle, there was just pins on the leaves that they were prey just stuck to. But that's not a reason to infer intentionality.
I know. I'm just saying that people were relating the static and electrical fields, whatever, as if they were spiritual or something, things, or the imagination of a spirit. I mean, hey, I want to see you on camera for the first time. Huh? So,
He put it on so he can give me the middle finger. I'm joking.
You know what, Martin? No, there's no way I would give you a middle finger because you know what? You know what? You're an honest interlocutor. Honestly. I would never give a middle finger to someone who believes in their convictions. Right? I appreciate it. I honestly do. I think honestly, if you believe in demons, that it's my goal to say, here's why you shouldn't believe in demons. And I would never give you the finger for that because, like I said before, you don't have free will.
Yeah, you're forced not to give me the finger. So
yeah, free will.
Yeah,
will be triggered by that finger, so it would cause you to dislike it, which is not free will again. So
what does your free will make you sing to us?
What do you mean?
He's got a guitar.
Okay.
Oh wow, let me think. Come on.
And don't sing me high hopes.
Don't sing what?
Do not sing me high hopes.
High hopes. Oh. High hopes. Baby, I really need to love you now. And I think you should stop your crying. Here's my kerchief to dry your eyes. You know, Martin, you're still crazy. Rudy, here I am. Come rubbing my belly like a guava jelly. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, we should rename this video to Soldier of Science singing for us.
No, not gonna happen. Soldier of Science is giving Martin science here.
Yeah, please do.
Go on with your evidence. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. We gotta stop stopping it, right?
She was completely demonically possessed.
Completely.
It just doesn't happen out of the blue. It's not like your average person all of a sudden is going to wake up and be possessed. There is pretty much always an explanation. They have turned to evil in a very explicit way. For instance, in Julia's case, the context was obvious. She had turned to Satanism. Critics often ask for a ludicrous level of, quote, proof.
Yes.
And in my experience, many critics, they've never seen a genuine case. They've never even spoken to an official exorcist. I don't think that's very scientific of them. Many people in the mental health field are more open to healthy spirituality than they were in the past. We have, I think, moved past an era heavily influenced by Freud's atheism, where psychiatry was actually hostile.
Freeze that.
Yeah.
What the hell is healthy spirituality?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly what I
like
personality.
I mean, no, you had to define what spirituality is in the first place. What the hell does spirituality mean? You know what? Me as a former Christian, I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you what spirituality meant to me. Spirituality meant, you know what? I had questions about evolution and how that configured to the Bible. I had questions about if the Noah story was really real compared to actual science about geology and all this stuff. And when I came to the conclusion that I didn't have answers for that, I partitioned my brain just like a computer. I took my C drive and I made a D drive. Boom. Split it in half. Boom. Made a D drive. And my D drive was now called spirituality, folks.
Yeah.
Spirituality, I could put my files of my brain of shit that I didn't understand. You know what? Noah's flood, boom, goes there. Talking
funny.
snake, talking
There's-
snake, boom.
There's atheists
Spirituality.
that actually believe in spirituality when they're atheists. They like use these DME drugs, and then they become like super spiritual gurus or something. I
Yes.
think they're super deceived. You'll see that with a lot of people.
No,
They
no,
come
no,
back and then they think they're God and stuff.
So no,
After you use
absolutely.
DME.
I mean, absolutely. Like, you know, Sam Harris is
Yeah,
a
he's spiritual.
big time meditator, big time going into, and so New Age religion has defined the term spirituality into really thinking about yourself and really going into self-thinking and thinking about the nature of the world and nature of self and so forth. So that's what they've defined spirituality, where to me as a Christian, spirituality meant I have a spirit. That I think that's the biggest difference, is like I actually have a spirit as a Christian, and that's what spirituality is. But for me, even as a Christian, like having to go through life and go, I can't really reject, you know, evolution, and I can't reject this. I'm always putting these files of my brain into the spirituality side, and I literally forget about it. And I'll be honest with you, for 20 years I did not even question the story of Noah. I did not at all. I didn't think, like, how does this conflict with evolution? How does this conflict with math? You know, or you know, getting.
You didn't have to know. You didn't have to know. Don't worry.
I did not even comprehend it. Not comprehend it. I didn't question it, because it was in that side of my brain that I said, this is the spiritual side of my brain. And it probably quasi went back and forth from spiritual to metaphor, you know. Like, I didn't know anything about the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh. I didn't know any of that stuff.
Yeah.
None of that at all. None of it at all. I didn't know. I didn't question that there just physically couldn't be the amount of animals and creatures that exist in the world to put in a physical space of an art. None of that stuff. Didn't even question it. It was on the D drive partition in my brain that I called spirituality. And I guarantee you have it as well, Martin.
What when you were a Christian, what did you understand by spirit?
You know what? I in my mind, I literally, honestly, I believed in a triune God, so I kind of thought it was like a non-physical being that must have existed inside of me as well, that I wasn't too sure if it existed before time. Like, you know, I honestly didn't know if, like, there was always my spirit and God just put the spirit inside of me as a baby, for example, and that spirit existed for all time, or if my spirit started when I was born, for example. But in my head, I was thinking it was some kind of non-physical being that existed outside my physical body and brain. Yeah.
Now, is that compatible with your definition of spirit, Martin?
I didn't listen to everything you said. I couldn't. I was thinking about where the hell am I gonna get water now? Because I'm running out of water here.
What's your definition of a
And
spirit?
he just crash coursed me again for
Martin.
what he said. Huh?
Martin, what's your definition of a spirit, of a soul,
It's immaterial, and it lives after you die. You'll see a lot of people having near-death experiences, and then they experience that they're not dead when they have a near experience. And you have Satanists that also claim they can go out of their bodies. There's scientists that actually do experiments on people that claim they can go out of their bodies, and some of the scientists say they actually succeed in doing it. So.
So
I can show you an example of that.
So no, actually, and I actually had sleep paralysis often when I was a kid, which is called sleep paralysis, and I actually had It is super scary. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. It's scary because you think you're awake, but you can't move any muscles in your body. And it's like you're trying to move, but you can't move. And then all of a sudden you think you're outside of your body. And even in sometimes you do see like what I would call demons. You would almost see that. Like you would see like a being. But ultimately
Did this happen to you?
But
Oh,
some
yeah.
people see
Often.
angels.
Really? You saw it?
Often.
What did you saw?
often as a kid. Not a being as much as just like a dark shadow, for example. And yeah,
As much as
That
great
move, does that dark shadow move like almost like a being?
I mean, so I mean, this is
More like
hard
a
to
kaleidoscope for me.
No,
It was a good
it's-
idea.
yeah, because sleep paralysis is a very explained event. And, what Martin was basically saying is they've proven people have gone outside of their body. Well, they've done tests where they like put signs of things and,
Yep.
colors. Nobody's proved that. I mean, none of
Well,
that.
I can tell you
none of
scientists
that
have
has.
said that
None of
people
that.
passed it.
None of those tests have been proven. None at all. There's
I
zero.
can show you
There's
Discovery
zero.
Channel that scientists say that some people do succeed in telling them like a 6-digit number, and then people are like, I don't know, they're super skeptical about it.
I'm telling you, this event happened to me all the time, and actually,
You went out of your body or what?
it happened. Yeah, and it happened.
Felt like it.
It happened to me for like the first 20 years of my life, and honestly, it kind of stopped. And I had one about 2 weeks ago, and it happened in concurrence with a lucid dream. So I had a lucid dream, immediately like woke up, and then went into a sleep paralysis dream. It's not really a dream because it's kind of a different state of your mind. But I didn't know it was sleep paralysis at the time, but I had that same feeling where like I tried to move my head, I tried to move my arms, and I had no muscle control. And I saw like a black figure at the end of my bed. This is no lie. It's no lie. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, there's another guy that testifies to seeing a black figure at the end of his bed. There was another guy that actually testified to that, but I don't know if it's like just in your head or what.
No,
But I've seen other people that also testify to that.
I'm not trying to give you evidence for demons. I'm trying to give you.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
trying
just
to
weird
give
that you also experience stuff like weird stuff like that.
Yeah.
And how much did it scare you?
You know what? At the time, because it came out of a lucid dream, I was still thinking I was in a lucid dream, and so what I mean by lucid is probably 3 to 4 times a month, I actually have dreams that I can kind of control.
That's cool. You're like God in that dream, or what?
Not exactly.
You can do anything you want, like
not
you can
anything.
fly.
Not anything.
You can't fly.
So flying is the one that I've been working on for over a year now. but even when I fly, I'm more often than not. So a lucid dream is exactly when I realize that I'm dreaming. That is the first trigger. It is literally the first trigger is I realize I'm in a dream. And the most often thing I try to do is fly, but I'm flying like out of control. It'll be like I'm just going way too fast and I can't stop.
Like in a JTI.
Yeah. But I know I'm dreaming.
And then you later forget you're dreaming. Like
what?
A little while later, you forget that you're dreaming again. Or how long do you stay lucid?
No. The lucid dream, I see things like it was clearer than I'm in life. It literally is unreal. And
how long does it stay like that? Like how long?
I mean, it's really hard to tell time in the dream, but I'll tell you, in the last 6 months, whenever I realize that I'm in a lucid dream, I've been trying to like build a building or something, like in that movie. I don't know what I can't remember that movie. with Leonardo DiCaprio, but like build a building.
Inception.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I've been trying to do that, and I've only been able to do that once, and it was like almost like a video game where like something highlighted, and I was able to put a building there. And I'll say another thing in my lucid dreams is oftentimes I can't like I've been trying to create stuff like just like shoot like stuff out of my hands like magic. That shit doesn't work at all. It hasn't worked for me. It's not working. So there's things that I just can't control at all. But I know I'm dreaming is probably the key point of it. It only happens maybe 4 times a month.
4 times a month, that's a lot.
I write it down every time it happens. You know, like when I wake up and it happens, I write it down. But
The difference for you now, before you, if you were a religious person, you don't contribute those things to the Bible or whatever.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, and the same with the sleep paralysis, which is probably a weirder phenomena than lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is very explainable. For me, the sleep paralysis, not as explainable in my mind. You know, it's you know why it's more weird is because you know that it's always in your own environment, right? So it's always where you are. Like you're not dreaming about another land. You're not dreaming about another place. Sleep paralysis, I'm in my bed, you know, I'm like in my bed and I know that I'm conscious for a second, but none of my muscles work. I can't move my head. I can't turn it side to side.
How much does that scare you? Or doesn't it scare you at all?
Well, probably while
When
it's
it
while it's happening, I kind of think it's a dream. I don't realize it till afterwards where I go, yeah, it's super weird because it would be a dream about exactly where I'm sleeping right now. That's probably the biggest difference is I don't recognize, you know, a dream, you're in a different world. You're doing different things. Even in lucid dreaming, you're in a different world. I had a lucid dream probably 4 days ago, and I was in a flight mode, and I just like escaped the entire planet. And after that, the planet was gone. So all I was doing was traveling through black space. And I honestly think it was because my brain wasn't able to like keep up with the dream and create something else inside the dream. But
except the black space.
It's just black space and like stars. and I'm like trying to fly and meet stars. But with sleep paralysis, you are in your own environment. You are where you're at. You're in your bed, which is it's a crazy phenomena, I have to admit.
It's a crazy, yeah, and you cannot control yourself.
You can't control your muscles. Yeah.
In your own bed, in your own time, in your own.
Yep.
And you constantly feel that presence next to you, which is freaky. But
So when I was a kid though, when I was a kid and I had sleep paralysis way more, I didn't always have a presence next to me. Sometimes I remember this one event, I'm not going to lie, I was working with this guy in construction and we were traveling throughout the United States in his truck, and this guy had already fallen asleep at the wheel of his truck, like two different times and caused accidents and stuff. So he's like my new supervisor. I'm traveling with him. I'm in his truck. I'm in the passenger seat. We're like traveling from, I don't know, Alabama to Florida. It's going to be maybe a 7-hour drive. But in the night, and while we're driving, I see his ass nodding off, like nodding off to sleep. Like, this is not good. But I was also super sleepy. And I fell asleep, and I had one of these sleep paralysis events where I literally woke up and was in the truck, and I felt like I was a foot above my body. And I kind of see the dude right there also driving at the same time. But I don't know if this is just like a hallucination I'm having because I was so sleep deprived. I was so sleep deprived and I was my brain was making this up, for example.
It
But
usually
I'm
occurs when
it's
there
an
is stress.
insane experience.
Yeah, it usually occurs when there is a stress involved or a,
Yep,
or a
yep,
trauma
yep.
involved, and
Yeah, absolutely.
that's how a brain decides to deal with stuff. And we cannot argue with that.
There's
No.
actually YouTube channels that try and teach people how to do that, like go out of their body. It's like one channel that's popular is Spirit Science, and they
for
literally
fuck's
yeah,
That's a
yeah.
cult. That is a cult, my friend.
I would agree with you.
Spirit science is a cult.
Yeah, I would
And it's-
agree with you.
And it's not even Christian cult.
I would agree with you.
So, how about this video game here? Oops. They got
What is this?
Can't. Oh, you could. Oops.
Oops.
Trying to get rid of that bottom.
Cyberpunk.
Oh, it's gone. Okay.
That's Cyberpunk
Okay.
something.
Nope. It's a game called Megaton Ball. Let's see. What was it called again?
Your
Megaton
computer can't
Rainfall.
handle-
That's what it was. Okay.
or something. I don't know.
Sorry, it's the screen because the game has to like be in a certain way and it keeps on going off. I'm not on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So Megaton Rainfall is the game, and you're some kind of a spiritual thing.
But you have hands.
You, feet, and then there's people even. You can even go out and fly.
You can
Like
see
you guys
the
are talking about.
You,
Huh?
you can see the red shoe over the hospital. Oh my fucking god! You can see
That's
you go way out.
Oh yeah. Wow.
There's the moon.
That's crazy.
There's this. You can even land on other planets and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You go to different galaxies.
It's definitely like some lucid dreams I've had.
Really?
See.
Yeah.
heaven.
That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
heaven. That's heaven
Absolutely.
in motion.
But
crazy.
like I said, I can it's hard to control it. Like I just keep going out now. And I've seen in my mind that's created different galaxies and I try to go there and I just like zoom right past them. Like I can't even stop. I can't
It's
stop.
just like this game. You can do that.
What
See which galaxy you want to go to. Let's go to this
what
one.
warp are you usually using?
Nebulas.
Yeah, I know
What is
that.
it?
What
You said
Is
warp?
there is there a
Oh.
line? Do you see a line from your body to your
No.
to your
No, not
Is there a
not in
line?
sleep-
Because some
no,
people say there's
not
like a
sleep
line that
paralysis.
pulls you back to your body.
Well, no, they say that happens like if you're in a near death experience. They said they've seen
Oh,
that.
okay.
But in sleep paralysis, I've never seen anything like that.
Okay.
And I've never seen like where I'm looking at my own body, for example. It's always a first person view. It's always a first person view. I've never seen like look back and there's my physical body actually laying there. That's never happened ever.
And
But
you've never met demonic beings in that experience, or have you met like super
so
bad stuff?
so here's the weird part is I have like seen, like I said before, like maybe kind of like shadow objects in the peripheral.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's obviously that's my brain that's concocting stuff right there.
That is related with the brain structure in our hunter-gatherer history, when we would see snakes in the trees, and snakes in the trees are very how do I put it, very mesmerizing,
Right.
and that mesmerizing feeling has been kept with us for I think millennia, and
Yeah.
that feeling is still with us because we still fucking hate snakes, most of
Yeah.
us.
Or lions or anything else in the
Yeah.
grass that wants to kill us.
So
Yeah.
we do not care what is rustling in the wind behind that bushes.
Yeah.
We just fucking get out of there.
But I will admit, I will admit, like, even though I'm an atheist, I am not as educated on the whole sleep paralysis phenomenon. And out of all the things that you could like tap into my brain about having a question, that would probably be the one thing is because it's such a weird phenomenon that it, for even myself, it's so different than a dream that it's equivalent to like waking up before you wake up. It's like your brain waking up with your eyes waking up before your physical body wakes up. That's the best way I can explain that, and it's insane.
What do you think a dream is? Why do we dream?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that either. I don't know that either, and I think even the fact that I've been training myself to have lucid dreams since I've been having them, and that's been probably a couple of years, and I still can only achieve 3 to 4 of them a month, is revolutionary in the terms of science of most people who do. Like every single night I remember 2 to 3 dreams every single night, but I don't have a lucid dream but maybe once a week.
Would you say that ancient Greeks didn't have lucid dreams?
Oh, I'm sure humans have had lucid dreams for a long time, but the fact that I know that you can train yourself to have more lucid dreams, I know this for a fact because I've done it, and that humans aren't doing that. There's got to be something about your unconscious being while you're asleep, and how that plays on your psyche and your psychology and the problems that you work out with. But for me, the fact that you can do things in a lucid dream that you could never do in reality is super interesting, and I think that's probably, it's going to be like revolutionary in science.
You at the moment sound like Joe Rogan with his DMT that he discovered.
Have you guys used DMT?
No, I've never have. But I'll be honest. When I was a kid, in my 20s, I did LSD and psilocybin mushrooms, and
what did you experience?
The golden ages.
I mean, you know what? Mostly LSD and mushrooms is they're not hallucinogenics as much as they are psychedelics. So they really kind of open, like especially with LSD, you typically only see maybe 7 to different 8 patterns, and a lot of that is because your irises are opening bigger and it's allowing more light, and so you actually see different patterns. Mushrooms, same type of thing. It's not a hallucinogen where you're seeing like a demon that's not there. You're seeing patterns, you're seeing colors, so it's a psychedelic. But can that tap into your brain and cause chemical changes within your brain that does different things throughout your life? Probably, absolutely, probably, yeah. And there's a bunch of proof right now with mushrooms, especially, being able to treat autistic kids and treat all kinds of other things within the human brain, even addictions and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So
we
demons.
Probably get back to the demons.
Demons. So demons, folks.
Yep. Speaking of, I got this game that has to deal with it.
It's from 1990.
It's super old.
No, this is actually within the last 10 years. It's called Brutal Doom. They use the old engine, I guess. Well, modified, where you can jump
like the engine
and
of the
look around.
Quake 2.
You.
Quake 2 was black and white, which is more.
Now, say we were in that world, and I told you guys I see programming code at the base of that universe.
Right. Then
scientists are discovering at the moment in our universe also programming code at the base of the universe.
then I would say
Wouldn't
I would say
Oh.
maybe we live in a simulation.
Yes.
But I can show you like a
I have a
scientist
deja
that
vu.
have discovered like programming or beginning to discover programming code, not just at the base of life, but also at the base of the universe. I don't know if you guys have heard of that.
How do you discover programming code at the base of the universe?
Like I don't know. The scientists, I can send you the video sometime.
So here's the thing, and it's kind of the same thing you were proposing about DNA, is the fact that I previously said that humans, we develop patterns, and this is same thing with math. This is same thing with coding. What we do is we define a system, we give attributes to that system, we find predictability in that system, whether it's repeatable or not, and then we say this is a code. And that's true not just with DNA, and I know you want to say that DNA is a more complete code, but you can literally find any system in the world and give it attributes, give it predictability, give it the attributes to what it needs to achieve a goal. You can do this with a coral reef. You can do this literally with any system in the world and say, well, this is a code. It needs, hot water here, and we need these amount of creatures here to develop, and we have a deletion error rate here, which is if there's more sharks eating the animals around this coral reef. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's hard for you guys to say, well, it's DNA and it's cells doing it rather than actual bigger cells, such as a system like a coral reef. But it's exactly the same. And so
we're perhaps going off topic, but
no, I'm just saying.
Perhaps the next one we can discuss like programming codes. And
I'm saying get off the idea that there's code in the universe, because there's not. It's just.
So they call it the DNA code for no reason, like just for.
You can look up many arguments against why DNA is not code.
There's lots of arguments. A lot of scientists and atheists agree that DNA is code.
Not DNA, but the genetics code.
On modern day debate, there's like a debate between T-Jump and another atheist scientist.
Stated clearly.
Yeah,
John Perry.
And he just destroyed like T-Jump, and later T-Jump just agreed. Yeah, I agree with you.
Really?
Yeah, the genetic code is a code, but not DNA itself. It's just a molecule there.
I think the topic was DNA, if DNA is a code. And so two atheists debated each other about it. And
I would like to see what their definition of code came down to for him to agree to that.
He showed like computer code and showed how it is similar to the DNA code, and how lots of different codes are similar to the DNA code.
Genetic code.
All right. I'll look that up. I'll yield that. If I find that to be true.
Just check on the modern day
Perry.
debate.
John Perry said the genetic code is the code, not DNA.
What was the debate name? Wasn't it like DNA? Is DNA a code? Is DNA code? Modern day debate.
John Perry versus T-Jump. That's all I remember.
Yeah, but
is there a code in DNA? That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're still going off topic. We're drifting a lot around everywhere.
During when I was playing those games and stuff, I don't think I heard anything you guys were saying.
Hey, Martin.
Yes. Soldier of Science.
Are you done believing in demons now? Did I convince
we
you?
haven't even gone. We've got like 6 minutes or 8
No.
minutes.
It was enough. I think it was enough. I think everybody
You haven't
agrees.
seen evidence. You haven't seen the beginning almost.
Everybody here is like, no, it's good.
You haven't started explaining all my evidence away.
Okay, let's just watch a couple more minutes and then see what your final evidence is. Oops, forgot to turn on the sound again.
People who need psychiatric help from getting it. But then there are these rare cases. No amount of medical help is going to
deliver them of an evil spirit. There are definite criteria, there's definite evidence. Although the evidence, while massive throughout history, is of an historical nature. If that's not good enough for you, well, you know, you're never really going to be able to understand this field.
I'm basically a full-time professional career black magician. And when I say black magician, in that I don't put restraints on what I'm able to do. If I want to manifest something in my life, if I want to create changes within myself or my environment, I do it. I don't care about what morals other people might have. I'm not concerned about any kind of karmic repercussion, that if you apply wisdom to what you do, you're going to be just fine. In that way, though, as I'm working on developing myself and developing the world around me through ritual magic, I am working a lot with demons, and that's one of the greatest sources of information and power that I turn to.
So, all those demons have been invented in the 15th century.
I believe that. I believe that. I mean, he just showed us demons right there, guys. Go on.
No, I'm just showing you people that work with demons. They could be deceived, like you guys think they are.
Well,
and this guy sees demons. He explains how you can see them.
So that first guy was just quoting from the Satanic Bible, which basically is saying do what yourself does, and at first his ethics were good all up to the point where he said, "I'm working with demons," which then to me is like he's just being ridiculous, and I think you're editing that in or. Whatever you're showing is like
big video of talking about demons and explaining to people that they should also work with demons and trying to convince them that it's not evil. The demons are not evil and stuff like that.
So to me, these are people that realize that there are 7 billion people in the world, and if you have a YouTube channel with 100,000 people, that maybe you're going to get some kind of monetization. No matter what crazy crap you say, just like even if you're a flat earther, like I honestly think
I think they really believe it, just like flat earthers really believe there's a flat earth.
I honestly don't.
Watch this guy as well.
I honestly think anybody that you believe that you're showing right now, their belief in an actual demon is probably on the same level that you could break down of a flat earther from the guy that knows that he's just milking people because they're stupid, down to the person that actually believes it. And I believe there's probably a spectrum of these people in between.
Probably.
And the percentage of them that exist on this planet is so minuscule that it's almost amazing when we talk about it.
But it's funny that we watch like 1 minute and then we go like 20 minutes without we can't make progress.
Because Martin, you're hearing me tell you that your belief in demons is on the same level. On the same level.
These guys
no, I'm telling you as well.
Because
it's on the same level. It's on the same level. It's literally like arguing for a flat earth. It is. I mean, we're at that level. But go ahead. You've got my time. You got my time, guy.
Okay.
Sometimes I hear them, sometimes I see them. Sometimes I don't see them or hear them, and I just feel their presence, you know? Or I just know they're here. Now, what determines whether or not you can see a given demon? Let's say there's a demon in this room right next to me. Probably is. What determines whether or not I can see it? A couple things. One, how psychic am I? Two, how much of an energetic rapport do I have with this entity? How do you develop an energetic rapport? Read more about them. Give them more offerings. Work with them more. You know, spend time with them. Talk with them more when they are around. You know, that type of shit. Call on them to guide your tarot readings. Call on them when you're using your pendulum. That's how you develop that type of energetic rapport that will help you receive, and sense, and communicate with, and will empower your summonings of that given demon.
So, fake it until you make it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope they're faking it. I hope they're talking crap.
No, you don't have to hope, Martin. You either you agree or not with that kind of bullshit.
I hope they don't actually see demons. I hope it's just their imagination, but they teach each other how to see it.
Martin, can I ask you for one edit clip out of your evidence here? Just one.
What?
Just one.
What do you mean?
Here's the one I want to see. Not the dude that's been smoking meth for the last year. You know, not that guy. I want to see the actual video of the guy when the demon is now talking to him.
Yeah, it's gonna come. It's gonna come, but we can't make progress.
Skip up to that.
No.
Skip up to that. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to see. I don't want to see the schizophrenic meth addict who thinks he's.
Trust me, it's gonna come soon.
I want to. I want to get to.
It's gonna
show
come
me
soon. There's
the
a lot
demon. Show me the demon.
I'm gonna show you. Yes, I'm gonna show you. Watch.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
There is a point
The demon
when
on
seeing
camera.
that I will bitch out. I'll be like, look, you gotta stop. You're scaring the shit out of me, and I'll say that.
Hey, Echo Wedding here. I wanted to take a minute to tell you a bit about my dysfunctional relationship with Lucifer, so hopefully you can avoid some of the mistakes that I made. In my early 20s, I started a path working with Lucifer. Leading up to this path working, I worked with several different spirits, King Paimon being chief among them. I had developed the ability.
I'm going to play heavy metal music right now.
To see them, and really to gain full contact and communion with the spirits that I was calling. And so I had the necessary occult skills to be able to start working with Lucifer. What I didn't have was a good background knowledge.
Well, demons are real. I meet them basically every day of my life. It's very normal to me. It was very normal to Christ. It's just not real normal to most people in the secular world and not even the church world. Well, in more than 90 countries of the world, we've done more than 10,000 exorcisms.
So sound effects and stuff can change how our brains do.
I have to say, no matter what, the amount of this edit into one single video of this demonic capability is amazing. No matter what, I mean, no matter what.
Man, I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, the amount.
Let's make some progression, man.
How long have I spent here? Holy
Yeah,
shit!
and we haven't watched almost anything.
I would easily spend like a $10 Netflix night on just this video alone. So thank you. Thank you.
The Zack Snyder cut of
I mean,
the
entertainment value alone is worth this.
I'm glad you.
God damn, Martin. God damn, Martin. Just your editing skills alone, I need to subscribe. Apparently.
No, I'm still bad, man. I'm nothing against other people's.
No, this is great. This is great stuff here, folks. I'm giving up my Disney night of watching princesses.
I'm glad.
To watch exorcisms and demons edited
let's go for it, man.
by Martin.
Can
I say Martine? Okay.
You can say anything you want, man.
This is awesome. Thank you, folks.
Difference between Disney World, anyway.
It's awesome, guys. Go ahead.
Let's go.
Documented cases, more than anybody on the planet, and we've seen lots of evidence of demonic activity on every continent. It's very prevalent, and it's very prevalent in the United States of America. Most people don't see it because they don't know they're seeing it, and they don't know to be looking for it. But I run into it on a consistent basis. But demons are looking for two things, we discover. They're looking for what we call a legal right, which is the right to be there. They are also looking for what we call a stronghold. At least that's what the Bible calls it. And a stronghold is the place of enmeshment, the place they're embedded, where they are rooted in the person. And that's usually in a dysfunctional area emotionally in their lives, such as fear, or anger, or rejection, or severe depression.
That's why we have mental institutions.
Yep, but I don't know how exorcism cures a mental ill person. Otherwise, I don't understand why they're doing exorcisms and why. You understand? If it's not helping, then why the hell are they doing it?
That's why we have
Because
pills and substances that can ameliorate those things.
Because they have a tradition that they think is the case that's going to do it. And then if it does like 50% or whatever, they're going to go for it anyways. It's just like if...
That's a Victorian mindset. The Victorians, when they were feeling a bit sad, they were going to Switzerland to breathe the Alps air, and they were feeling better. And that's exactly what that video is about.
And another thing is like, of course, if that's the only thing that they're doing to treat it or whatever, and then if it naturally goes away or the brain, whatever, it gets triggered from what they're saying and doing whatever, or they're just exhausted or something, and then it's a lot of variables. So it's
how many men have been demonically possessed? To be fair, there are 99% of demonic possessment being women, and we were and we still are a very much a patriarchal society, and we regard women as what the Bible says about it, the weak vessel, wasn't it? The not the weak vessel,
Well, they are physically weaker than us, whether they like it or not. But overall,
And Martin, did you see that link I just posted?
Not yet.
In the StreamYard. This is like it's the first video I ever created. Well, I only have 4, and but this is apropos to your demonology.
Okay, I'll watch it later. Let's just make some progress first.
Okay, go.
Making progress.
When I'm casting a demon out, there are some basic things that you want to do. Find out who the demon is, how it got there, and why it stays there. And you deal with the issues related to each of those factors. Exorcism, deliverance, these are things you don't want to try at home. Now, we train people. We have more than 100 teams around the world that we have specifically trained to do exorcism. And we're constantly training more and more people. In fact, we estimate that in our teams now, every week, there are at least 1,000 exorcisms that take place.
Wow.
You can see that his people are working on doing that stuff, of course. It's the only thing people are going to go think that it's going to work.
On whose God that guy speaks of?
He's a Christian.
Well, that doesn't tell me much.
Well, that's a Christian God.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he uses the Christian God's name to drive out demons. But we'll get to that now.
So when other religions, or not even religions, let's just say like drug addiction programs, chase out the demons of drugs through psychology, is that attributed to any god, or if it's
I don't know.
In India, and it's Hindus, and the people that they have determined have demons, whether it's mental addiction or drugs or whatever, and they've chased them out as well. Is that attributed to the same God that you are attributing this baloney to?
I don't know.
So, in other words,
what I can say in the video, you're gonna hear how demons react when you use God's name. They go crazy. It's freaking weird.
Let me follow up on the I don't know. So, what you're saying is that you do believe that other cultures in the world that believe in a different God can also chase out what
I haven't
they
seen
believe.
it.
You haven't seen it.
Yeah, you can perhaps show me examples of it, because I haven't seen other ones actually succeeding in. There's not like thousands of Muslims driving out demons everywhere like they are with these guys.
How would you
Christian.
know? You're not interested in Muslims anyway.
I study Islam a lot because I try and help Muslims.
So even we can even go to math and say, even if there wasn't a history of people in Islam getting infected by fucking demons, then there's not going to be as much history of people chasing them out, because it just doesn't happen in Islam. It only happens in Catholicism and Christianity, which is what I was telling you before.
I've seen one example, but I haven't seen like an example where the person goes perfectly.
It's just like what do you call those people who like end up having like holes in their hands and bleeding? What do you call that?
Yeah, you call that a scam.
Yeah.
Stigmata,
I think that's
stigmata. Stigmata
scam,
only happens in Catholicism for some freaking weird reason, right?
Father
Just like exorcism only happens in Catholicism and some parts of Christianity. It only happens in those religions.
I don't think this guy's a Catholic.
To be fair, No, he's not a Catholic. He's a Pentecostal, and that's obvious. But to be fair, the notion of Satan, the notion of demons in the world, on Islam, for example, is just a jinn in the desert. It's
Mhm.
just an agent of evil that is
There was no concept of hell in Judaism.
No, there's not. There's no concept of soul.
It was a little.
There's
like
no
one verse
concept
or
of
something.
hell in Buddhism. There's no concept of hell in Hinduism. So, like, literally, again, the math about the amount of people that end up being, demon possessed happen to be in the people who believe in demons in the first place.
No, there's
It's-
like
it's
an
just
example
amazing.
of an
It's
atheist.
amazing.
I gave an example of an atheist that tests around with a lot of religions and,
how many-
tests around if he has demons. And
What do you
we'll
think
see.
the percentage of that is?
Well, I've seen one. Yeah, this example. I don't know.
One, there we
I
go.
haven't-
But
Yeah,
There we
but
go.
you can. That
What was
so. Yeah.
wasn't that guy focused on those things? So
You'll see.
he had it in his memory.
We just have to make some progress, and you'll see it.
Okay.
Okay.
So one night I was in my home studio and it had to be like 8 to 10 people off in there. And we had beats and stuff playing in the background and everything. That's how we used to do it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody doing what they do, smoking, drinking and everything. And actually, it came down to it that dudes actually started being used by demonic spirits. And these spirits started speaking through them. You know what I'm saying? Devils started speaking through them, talking to me, asking me, you know what I'm saying, if I was going to sell my soul, telling me what I needed to do to take my career to the next level in darkness.
So he asked the questions of one of these human beings that was channeling.
Oh yeah, the voice changed and everything. The voice changed the person completely.
Of Christ that covers and protects us and forgives us from all sin. The first thing we can do is pray for you. It doesn't hurt. You do not have to cut yourself. In the name of our Father in heaven and His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, we just pray right now for the peace and comfort of God to come upon Rebecca. We bind all the powers of darkness, and I place the blood of Christ on Rebecca right now. You are bound. And Rebecca, between you, Rebecca is being loosed by the power of Jesus Christ. Don't worry, Rebecca. God is in control. Don't you worry. Who are you? Who are you? The keeper? You are not the keeper. You are not the guardian. Who am I? You are subject to Jesus Christ. You who call yourself keeper, is Jesus Christ Lord? To whom does she belong? Right now, they belong to my master.
And so he asked the questions of one of these human beings.
Classical cliche. It belongs to my master.
It's not finished yet. they were showing more audio evidence of what
Hollywood.
happened there.
You know, I mean, honestly,
I hope it's Hollywood.
Honestly,
But it
they should
happened
hire.
on
They
the
should,
radio.
they should hire that girl for voice actor stuff.
Yeah,
like,
because it's
right
super
away.
good.
That's-
If
that's
she's
awesome.
not demon
I mean,
possessed. Yeah.
Again, Martin. Where's
That's all you have to do, right?
where's
Noise.
the video? Where's the video of the demon?
Go play.
waiting for that.
We're trying to get there.
Okay.
I
let's
can
go.
make that
Slowly
noise, though,
providing
right?
more.
Oh my
The noise.
Oh my God.
You're the demon.
It did make me feel a little something, of course, because that's emotions, and I was imagining and stuff.
Oh my
And
God,
of course, it.
You better not back
But
down. Cause I'm the demon that's gonna sing to you now.
Okay, go on, guys.
Kind of bad if she really was having a mental breakdown and stuff and cut herself. But you need to call the police or something, a hospital. If you're the guy on the phone. But it's also good that he was trying to calm her down too, any way you can to keep her from hurting herself. So it's hard to say don't do that stuff, kind of. So it's weird. At the moment, you have to think of how to deal with it.
It's not weird. The hospitals are full of Christian experiences of demons. The entire mental health hospital network is full of
Exactly.
Catholic,
Exactly.
Catholic demon possession experiences, and what does that prove?
Mm-hmm. Well, Ed, it proves that only Catholics get demon possessed. That's what it proves.
Only Catholics goes to heaven.
That's it.
Except
That's it.
for the
That's it. That's it. Except
Well,
for
this
all-
girl, this girl is not Catholic.
Okay,
Girl
okay,
that they're
so-
doing.
Come on, this is going to convince us. Go for it.
Okay.
Next.
Channeling. Oh yeah, the voice change and everything. The voice.
I love the
changed
edit.
person completely.
We will have her on our Hallows Eve. No, you will not have her on your Hallows Eve. She will not get ours, and she will not be yours forever. She will belong to Jesus Christ. She, like David, will burn. He's deceived. Who's David? The David we were talking to a moment ago? He's deceived. Is Satan defeated? Yes. Did Jesus Christ rise from the dead? Yes. Then you are defeated too.
Yeah, the voice change and everything. The voice change of the person completely.
Is Satan defeated? Did Jesus Christ rise from the dead? Yes. Then you are defeated too. And your hour has come to an end. I have a right to be here. What is the right? He has not accepted your God. I find you to submerge and hold your tongue about it. Rebecca? What? Do you want love in your life? I'm scared of it. Did you want it? Yes. Do you want God? I don't know who he is. Do you want him? Do you want him if he is love? If it's true. Then say, I, Rebecca. Keeper, stay out of the way. In Jesus' name. Say, I, Rebecca. I, Rebecca. Want love. I want God. Stay out of the way, Keeper. Stay out of the way. I want out. Say, I put my trust. I put my trust. In God. In God. In God. Stay out of the way, Keeper. God. And Jesus Christ. Say, and Jesus. Say, Jesus. Keeper, stay out of the way. Stay out of the way, Keeper. Christ. Keeper, you are bound. You stay right.
Yeah, it gave
that
me
was
goosebumps.
marvelous.
Did it give you
You
goosebumps?
think? I was there. I was feeling the role.
So, what right gives to a demon to roam the earth if Satan is fucking defeated?
He has legal rights still at places where people want him to be, like and
Legal
places
right?
where
What are
people
you talking
invite him in. They're looking for legal right because they can't just possess anything. They need
If
like
my general is defeated and dead and cowardly hiding in his barracks, what right gives me as a soldier to go and I don't know, conquer England?
Have you heard of this guy that fought like 20 years after the war? He was still fighting in the jungle.
Yeah, in
Have you heard of that guy?
the Japanese guy, but he couldn't know any better.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
but
I'm pretty sure this is.
I think they lost the war, but they haven't lost some battles. They're still battling.
No, it was
That's
one
what I
guy
think.
in fucking jungle, and he couldn't believe.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the demons. I think they lost the war, like the overall war, but they're still winning some battles.
When
When
they did
Christ destroyed their works, Christ
When?
came to destroy the works of the devil.
When?
When he
When
came
did
to earth and died on the cross,
then, but
he
then just
destroyed the works of the devil.
by dying.
Yeah, by overcoming it through love, by giving himself as a
Can you
ransom.
overcome by
saying-
love? By dying. Dying is
Like-
not love.
Huh?
Dying.
If
is
you
not
if your father loves you, he would jump in front of a bullet for you, or he would pay your fine to get out of jail.
But if he
your bail.
knows you're gonna just die when you jump in front of the bullet, and then you go to heaven 3 days later, there's not really a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Like
he
you
give-
know,
give us a weekend.
I'm cool with getting shot in the dome when I'm going to heaven in 3 days. I'm good with it, guys. Thank you all. You know what? I've had root canals way worse than being stabbed, with a spear and like maybe some nails in my hands. Probably pretty bad, but you're gonna go through shock and whatnot. But you're going to heaven, and since you're God, you know that's gonna happen in the first place. No sacrifice there. Zero sacrifice. None.
Like It works like this. This is how I see it. If you kill like a ant or something, you get no punishment. But if you kill like and torture an animal for fun, then you can get some punishment. And if you sin against a human by killing it, then you can get lifetime punishment.
Okay,
and
so
if you sin against an infinite being like God, then you can get infinite punishment.
Martin,
So
that's
either
how you.
are a
That's how
finite
you.
being or
Martin.
take
Martin.
infinite punishment, or a God has to take
Infinite punishment
Like-
for a finite act.
Hmm?
You get an
Against-
infinite punishment for a finite sin.
it escalates the higher. It escalates.
Exactly.
You understand?
No,
like
no,
if you
that's-
kill an
that's-
ant, you get no punishment.
So why did you come up with that list? And actually, if
That's
you-
what God did for us. He took the
no,
punishment.
Wrong. Actually, if you look up a Jainist Buddhist, do you know what a Jainist is? Do you
I've
know-
heard about it, but I haven't studied
They
it. Like,
barely
too
walk.
So
Barely walk around.
So go look up, search it right now on Google. Look up a Jainist.
Let's just make some
look up
progress, yeah.
look up Jainist Buddhist and see that they actually do value the life of an ant as much as they value your life.
Exactly.
And
do you think that is logical to value
Um,
an ant as much as
yes.
we value?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
So
yeah,
if we kill an-
yes, yes.
No.
It is.
So if-
it is
How many
logical.
ants have
from-
you guys killed?
It
How
is.
many
It
ants have
is
you guys
logical
killed?
from a universal perspective. Is it practical that us as humans who are trying to survive over every other creature in the world put ourselves in a list that is a priority? Yeah, that's how we survive, right? But is it simultaneously going to destroy the world that we do that? Are whales that exist that put their priority in their life, are they more wrong than we are? So your concept of a creature that is more valued than another is actually defeated by Jainist Buddhism.
No one
It is.
almost believes them, and no one punishes a guy who kills
They-
ants. You can kill millions of them, and he won't get punishment for killing ants. Well, if you
Why
kill a
not? Put it in
human, you
law.
get lifetime
Why not?
punishment.
Because
Or
God said
human
it.
laws.
Because God said it.
Yeah, we rule over his creation.
We rule over his creation.
Yes, he put us in charge, according to the Bible, over his creation, and we have to give account on our actions of how we ruled over it on behalf of him.
Are you satisfied with your account so far?
Sure. Are you not? You're probably not.
Hey, Martin, let me ask you this. Was man made in God's image?
Yes.
That's what the Bible says, right?
Yeah, but I don't know 100% what exactly that means.
So that's what I was trying to get to. What in your mind do you think that means? I'm curious.
I'm not sure.
I mean, what do you mean you're not sure? Is it
I haven't thought a lot about it, but if there is no God,
is it
we
I
are
mean, is it
much
a,
less
is it-
worse than we currently are. Huh?
Is it a physical image, or are you saying it's because we had conscious or spirit? Like what?
Perhaps
I mean,
both.
perhaps
Emotions.
both. Perhaps both. What do you think the word Elohim means?
I forgot.
So Elohim is man was created in his image and likeness. So if man was created in Elohim, which is image and likeness, that would be both physical and God's nature. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, perhaps.
So if man is a product of living on a planet that has to use its nose and its lungs to breathe air, it has to use its eyes to see light that comes out of the universe, it has to actually eat food, has to use stomach bacteria. What part of God, which exists outside of the physical nature of humans would have any image likeness to humans? Why would God need a nose or eyes or ears to hear or a mouth to talk? Why would God need any of those things?
He doesn't.
So why then would humans be created in the image of something that doesn't need any of those things?
Well, it's like creating, say we tried creating robots in our image. What would that mean? Like, we would perhaps they wouldn't actually feel pain like us, but they
excellent question. So if I was going to create a robot, would I need to create a robot that needs to eat other robots to survive?
It needs fuel somehow, so you're gonna either have to put energy into him or create him with the ability
What
to
if I
get fuel.
what if I created a robot that had solar panels all outside of its body and could
that's a
absorb-
way of getting, like plants do that.
Yeah.
Not all plants, though.
Why can I do that? So I mean, the literal concept of food, and I'll even get to this point. In Genesis, if you believe in the story of Genesis, God tells Adam and Eve that they can eat from anything that they want to, except from the tree of knowledge, or good and evil, if you want to call it. Your first question, as a being that is meant to live forever, right? Being meant to live forever doesn't need food. Your first question would be, what the fuck is food? You know? And then when God comes back to you and says, you know what? It's going to be really good. You have a tongue. It tastes really good. You know, it's going to be pleasurable for you. Food's a really good thing for you to do. Your next question is going to be, where does the food go? And then God's going to say, well, you're going to have to put it in your stomach and you're going to poop it out. And you're going to do this every time you eat. Dude, your next thing you're going to say is, I'm cool with not eating. I'm good. I'm good on the whole eating concept. I don't need to eat if I'm going to live forever. There is no concept. There's no such thing as God saying you can breathe of all the air on the planet except from the air over there.
But
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
It
literally doesn't exist. There would be
well,
no concept.
we do that. There's air we can't breathe. You would die. There's plants you can't eat. You would die.
I'm telling you, if a God created a being to exist forever, the food would not be the concept. And since there is a food,
breathing.
Since food as a concept is written into the text, it tells you that dumbass people wrote that thing. Even in the first place, they were not smart enough to be a science fiction writer that would go, you know what, no creature is going to come up with the concept of, oh, I need to kill that rabbit over there even though I'm going to live forever. Doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. It would never happen. Not at all. Zero. Like
all the sci-fi movies from the 3,000 years from now, they all eat colored cubes of something, not rabbit.
It's just ridiculous. It's literally ridiculous to like go, you know what, Eve? Look at all these beautiful animals over there.
Yeah,
let's kill that thing to put it in our mouth. In our mouth for energy.
There was no animal killing at the beginning, man.
Even though I was meant to live forever. I was meant to live forever. Like, there's no reason to eat anything or even breathe oxygen for that matter, because I'm living forever. You know, no concept of it. The entire fact that your body, your biological body, is shaped in this form to survive tells you that no God ever created it. It tells you that just purely out of logic. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Martin, I appreciate very much that you came around and talked with us.
I'm glad, but I wish we could make more progress. but yeah.
Believe me, my friend, that you're half a way out so far. So,
That's right, Martin. I'm 50 years old. Turned 50 in February, and
I look 50.
Thank you, sir. I did not come out. I did not like switch my brain into being enlightened until I was about 40, and it's nothing like being a Christian who is now, you know, a Buddhist. It's nothing like that. It's literally the realization that men for 200,000 years has come up with gods for 200,000 years that you've rejected 99% of them, except for the one
Because
that
they're
you
just
did.
demons.
No,
My
it has,
worldview, they're just demons.
it has nothing to do with demons.
That's why I reject them.
It has nothing to do with demons. It has to
It
do.
has.
You know what?
That's why I
You know what it
reject
is,
them.
Martin. It's the fear of dying. It's the fear of your death.
I don't
It's the
have fear of dying.
Well,
I'm
then,
gonna die now.
and don't worry about demons. Don't worry
die,
about
man.
demons.
Don't die.
I'm gonna die now.
It is
and
gonna
I
leave us. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I appreciate very much your company.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Ed.
you're gonna miss all the evidence that's coming, man. You're gonna miss
Thanks,
it all.
Top Dog. Thank you guys for
Believe
listening.
me, believe me, I'm not gonna miss anything. 'Cause, but thank you very much for having me, Top Dog.
Okay.
Me
Top
too,
Dog.
guys.
Thanks for
Me too,
coming.
guys. Me too, guys.
Yep. Thank you for coming.
Peace.
See ya.
Cheers. We didn't make so much progress.
Yep. Because we're trying to get to the why, and to us, why each of these things they are saying. We're like, 'cause
Yeah,
they're
but
so wrong. and
Yeah, it's good
hard
to stop it.
say.
It's good to stop it and to give your input, but then we go on like a whole different path talking about politics and everything. You understand?
Yeah.
It's
Sometimes
it's-
it was matching to what, but then it did go a little too far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you wanna
play
do?
the video? Yep. I'm just gonna play the video a little bit more, then I guess. And then since it's almost 5 hours, and it's longer than the one we did last time.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
But then there are some VHS tapes, some real tapes of exorcisms from the NYPD that you don't see online, you don't see on YouTube anywhere. This is something that you could only, like, that only the NYPD has. And when you see this actual footage, these VHS tapes, that changed my mind. And I started to ask questions. And now
VHS
less than a year
tapes
since
are
the
a
shot,
little,
I'm a full believer.
Really? So
Yeah.
hard to tell
Was
things.
it one of those things where like it's hard to sleep that night after seeing
Yes.
them?
Eric watched all of the tapes and couldn't sleep for 3 weeks. He forbid me to see them until after we were done shooting because he said, you're just not going to be able to shoot. And when somebody says you can't watch something, I immediately have to. Like, it's not even a want anymore. I'm like, no, I have to see this. If I can't, I have to. And
Like The Ring.
he was so right because I watched only half of one tape and I started crying and I had to stop. It was so intense.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what do you think about the Ring movie?
I don't know. I haven't watched. How many movies are there of The Ring?
Like 3 maybe. There's 2 of the Ring movies in America, and then there was like I heard about The Grudge and The Ring combined or something, or fight. But I can't remember. But I think that's just Japanese.
I like movies. I like movies more that's based on a true story, like a war story or a supposed exorcism that happened, and they make a movie about it. Stuff like that. I like more stories that are based on something that happened, like a war or so. Like Hacksaw Ridge. I don't know if you have seen it. I like movies like that is based on a true story.
Yeah, like sometimes they exaggerate, of course.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then
yeah.
People
like the
think
war
that
is faker. The war is not as real as the real war.
yeah, so I'm saying like half truths and stuff. They bring in some of the stuff, so then the exaggeration is the stuff that they made
Yeah.
up to make it more
Just
fun
like
or
Emily Rose.
entertaining.
Emily Rose is based on a true story, but they sometimes exaggerate it. But you can watch Emily Rose. I would want you to watch it and see if the 3 a.m. happens to you or something happens to you as well.
It could
Because-
easily because of our brains are triggered.
Yeah,
to
it's
certain-
perhaps the
like some-
brain that
something.
triggers it.
I've done it
Yeah.
many times, waking up at different times, but I don't sleep at night, so.
Okay, so
it'd
it's
be
not gonna
hard.
happen to you.
Yeah, I sleep 2 different times a day. So,
Okay. Why do you why
yeah.
2 different times a day?
Because I work at third shift and then I try to get meat to the timing for speed stream, so
Oh, okay, cool.
I have to do it a certain way. Yep, I'll play the video again.
When I found out that my dad was in the mix of doing like exorcisms and everything, things would happen like in the house with me and my family, and I wasn't really sure, like, you know, I was scared, but I didn't know really what I was scared about.
I should have told you this right up front. You've become involved in exposing the devil because of this film here.
As he got more into the work, you know, more things started happening to, you know, me and my family and my house, and it was scary.
She had a really, really profound experience. She was at home.
We had a picture frame on my parents' bedroom wall, and out of nowhere, I just flew across the room.
You singled yourself out now. Who do you think Lucifer's going to be looking at when you stood up and gave him the finger? Well, that's basically what you do when you expose the devil. You're standing up and you're going, yo. You know, being a cop, I was involved in all kinds of negativity constantly, and being a demonologist is being, you know, up to your eyeballs in negativity. There's nothing nice about it. Different kind of perpetrator.
I don't think demonologist is an actual field of science.
Yeah, it's weird. There's actually a guy that has his PhD in demonology from an accredited university. I think he's the only person that has a PhD in demonology from an accredited university. But I know from other accredited universities, there's people that get their masters and study this stuff. But it's not accredited university, so people don't take it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But a perpetrator nonetheless. I have to say, with my personality, I'm not easy to get along with. I'm aggressive. I get nasty sometimes. You know, people say to me, "How could you be so religious and you're such a nasty guy?" And my response is, well, just think of how bad I would be if I wasn't religious. You know?
He was a good sergeant. You know?
Yes, there's some people that can't can't think properly, I guess. So they need to be told how to behave or something like that.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I guess I won't say it now. It's just watch the video, I guess.
What he was doing. Ralph was hard, but he was hard for a reason, I feel. And that was to make sure you're always in line, and you know, we have a lot of responsibility. So if you don't know what you're talking about or you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get yourself in trouble.
Having a dad as a police officer was scary because it's not really a safe job. It's very dangerous, and you never know what could happen.
When I'm working as a cop, I'm dealing primarily with secondary evil. I'm out here hunting for the bad guys. And then when I'm doing the work, I'm actually fighting evil at the source. So, you know, there is a certain amount of activity, the demonic activity that is now going to take place in my own home. My daughters had to deal with that stuff, and I felt even my mother and my sister dealt with it from time to time.
I never talk about it. Sorry.
Joe and I drove up, going to the house. Bishop McKenna was already there with Larry. And we just put the chair down in the living room and had to sit in it. We had all of the restraints. This particular person was about 90 pounds. The battle went on for quite some time. This was a tough one. This is what we considered a genuine case of possession. It got a little violent where I started to put the restraints on her after the exorcism had started.
Answer my question.
It's always a learning process. As the more powerful demons come, you know, you got to learn new things.
So why does it take so long for these exorcisms to take place? Shouldn't it just work instantly as soon as you just bring up the name?
I think demons don't just run away so easily. They usually fight to keep what they have conquered. Just like any soldier would try and keep what he has conquered. So they don't just run away when you use Jesus Christ's name. Just like that other thing that I showed you where they used the demon reacted to that, but it didn't just run away. But sometimes they do if they're alone. I don't know.
So you're saying that Jesus is not powerful enough to just do it right away?
No, when Jesus drove out demons, they they just ran away and they were scared. But when we drive it out, it's not as easy as it for him.
Why can't Jesus go through the person That's all made up. I know.
Yeah,
Why am I even asking these questions? It's for you, I guess. It's more for you to think about. I guess I'm bringing up these questions.
Yeah,
it's kind of
it's good questions.
Because it's just weird. I'm asking questions like that. It's just awkward to say talk about the story stuff as if it was real, because I already understand it. It's just made up. But these people are being affected by
made
these
up.
problems. So it's hard to say. These are real people, maybe, that are being affected by mental problems. So
Yeah, I hope it's just mental illness.
It's just
but I
bad
don't know
to
how
talk.
exorcism would solve
like
mental
bad.
illness.
It just feels bad to talk about people as if it's made up and stuff if they're actually having mental problems, you know. So that's why people have to back off and then make it look like they're the bad guy when they're saying it's just made up or they're acting and stuff. Some people are, but some aren't.
Yeah,
they
it
really
can.
have these problems. So
Yeah.
it's really a touchy subject. So we know that it's not because of any religion thing. It's because of the triggering of the person or whatever themselves, or the energy, whatever's happening in their own mind. It's hard to explain. That's the most likelihood of what's going on, not the actual acting of what's being said or anything. Words have no meaning, and actually, other than to the person themselves. So, and plus, what energy or memory of these demons? How would they have anything to? How could they even remember anything if they were? How would they even hold together? You need a physical something to have a memory, and there's too many problems that don't work in reality. So that's why it makes sense is the mental problem.
Well, I hope you're right.
So I'm trying to find any kind of real life thing, and then it just keeps on hitting a brick wall that energy can't exist without a physical thing. I mean, energy, that memory, like a brain. So, I mean, it's hard to explain. I've already learned this, but I can't communicate it out in my vocal cords or memory right now because it's been too many years past and it's like degraded in my memory. But to say the words, maybe I can't even say the words just even after I watched something. I don't know. It's confusing. It's my mind. It's that way.
How old are you?
It's
if I may ask?
33.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm a little bit younger than you.
Yeah. I have a problems with communicating what I know, really. So
Is it because you want to say everything? You said you wanted to say everything at the same time. Or?
Yeah, it's one of the problems, and to recall what to say. I know, in a sense, what it is that I want to say, but can't say it in vocally. It's like weird.
When
or
did you
remember the
start?
actual words.
When did you start to have this problem?
Maybe my whole life.
Oh, okay.
I don't really talk too much to people, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
Or
then it's
just-
perhaps
it's-
good that you're talking to me. It helps you, perhaps.
Yep. Yeah. So, just learn new things every day. That doesn't mean I can remember to or recall to say them. Yeah. Okay. Playing the video.
That's when I started to realize that this stuff is not just a creature feature or a thriller theater, that this is actually real.
You know, they say that the eyes are the window of the soul, and I believe that to a degree because I've seen people.
Souls are emotions.
Where the demon is actually present now. All traces of humanity are gone from those eyes. I've gotten glared at by murderers, people that actually hate me because of what I represent. Maybe it's because I'm a cop and I have a badge on my chest, or maybe it's just because they don't like people in general. And that look is nothing compared to what I've seen during exorcisms, the murderous looks. These demons, they're not looking at me as a physical body, they're looking at me as a soul. And they want that soul, and they want to torment that soul.
Then what is their brain, anyways? If there were just souls in that definition that he's trying to put in,
I'm not sure.
it's like a
I
energy.
think the brain is like perhaps like like a CPU perhaps, and we're controlling that CPU just like we're controlling the computer CPU. Yeah,
We
perhaps
find
something like that. I don't know.
we find if you look at the brain, studies of the brain, I mean, we can find different parts of the brain act differently to how our bodies function and stuff. So we have memory and stuff in certain places, long term and short term. And then,
Yeah, the same as a computer, almost. I don't know.
yeah,
Computer also has like long-term storage and like
yeah, memory.
course,
But short term is
short-term.
RAM, and then the long term is
Yeah.
a hard drive.
Yeah.
But if you're thinking about that, then you can damage a part of that, and why would it change who you are?
In a game, if you say you damage, say a part of the CPU, it's also gonna, or a part of the hard disk, it's also gonna could change your character's what do you call it, how it functions.
So if we are a function of our brain, then what is the point of the soul? We can change who we are. It can make us think.
I think the soul can perhaps
different.
control the brain, just like we control a computer. That's what I think. I could be wrong about that, but
I'm
I
saying
think
if we're going
me and
to be
your-
judged,
Hmm?
I'm saying if we're going to be judged for eternity, so why would a physical thing, if it's supposed to be not changed by the physical, or it's hard to explain, I guess. You have to study the brain a little bit to understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the brain is insane. There's like more connections in your brain than almost all the connections in all computers in the world.
That's probably
Actually, something like that.
over-exaggeration
I've
now,
heard
but-
that. Yeah, I've heard something like that, but I don't know. if
Yeah,
it's true.
many years ago it could have been true, but now
Yeah.
it's getting pretty complicated in the computer world out there.
Yeah, perhaps.
So, let's see. Just trying to say that if you believe that we have an eternity going somewhere, and it gets judged by a finite brains and stuff, that's contradiction. Now that just has to go through your mind. That's all, or a religious person, or whoever thinks that you have a soul that goes on forever. That's what I'm saying. It has to something that you have to think about, critically think. That's all. If you're going to believe that you have a soul that lives on after you die, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Something that our bodies can be, or our minds can change depending on how our brain functioning. That's all. Just for food for thought. Here we go.
Okay, now I'm going to show you an atheist that went and tested around with a lot of religions and satanic stuff. Then he wanted to test if he actually had demons. And he's very skeptical about it, and he doesn't believe in God or in demons.
Where did you first find out specifically about exorcism?
I traveled overseas, particularly in India and Asia and places like that, and I saw demonic possession. Well, I mean, they would flail about and foam at the mouth, and I saw this, and I thought, I wonder if that goes on in America.
Because people would say that's just like mental illness or something like that.
Generally, you can tell.
We've been working with Bob's group for about a year and a half. When I started seeing people manifest and screaming and demons coming out, I wondered maybe if I had some too.
And did you?
Yes, I did.
Because he was involved in some of the occult, like hypnosis and Ouija board and things like that bring a curse into our life, and demons.
That spirit had a legal right to come within me.
Because he
I didn't know
invited it into his soul. It's not good. Don't do Ouija boards.
Yeah.
Or horoscopes. Ouija board, horoscopes, bad news. It's the occult.
The demonic realm attaches itself to
Because
the
they
emotional
believe it.
hurt, rape, incest, abuse, whatever it was that opened that door.
There was a lot of abuse in my family and neglect.
Had you tried to deal with it other ways before? Like, I don't know if
I did go to a psychiatrist.
And it didn't work?
No, it didn't work. And I was on medication. It didn't work. I tried. I knew I needed something because of the pain in my heart and the addictions that I had in my life. I wanted to get rid of the addiction, but it was attached to the pain in my heart. I recommend this for anyone to go through deliverance.
All right, here we go.
So you think some Aboriginal ceremonies we should be wary of because
Well, they're calling up demons. They are calling up demons. and they're getting possessed by those demons. Have you filled out your profile?
No, I've got to fill it out. When do you think is the best time to do that? Is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
You need to fill it out, and you need to be truthful.
I've got to fill out this 20-page form now. I'm going to fill it out as honestly as possible.
Profile. Okay, now, well, we got a bunch of stuff here, don't we? Now, some of this stuff has obviously been for research purposes.
Yes.
What about Buddha, though?
Well, kind of yes and no. I stayed at a Buddhist retreat in Japan, so I did participate.
Did you do some meditation?
Yeah, I did meditation.
Seated meditation?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And the voodoo was research, too.
But again, it was participating, so...
What'd you do?
You know, I was around when there was a goat sacrifice. Well, I held the rope of the goat, and the goat got its throat slit.
You're walking fly paper for demons.
I was involved in a Day of the Dead celebration for the Viking religion, the Norse, the Odinism. Is that a problem?
Oh, it's a big problem. Oh.
So if he's like that, then why haven't they attached to him?
He's testing now if he has demons. He tested around with a lot of religions. If you can see that, he makes fun of religions. You can go and watch his videos of how he makes fun of religions and how he messes around with satanic stuff while making fun of it. And it's also for research purposes for himself. And now he wanted to test if he has demons. So now he went to this guy.
So you don't have a knowing unless it could be attached to you without you knowing or anybody else noticing it? You saying?
Yep.
Oh, and how would you know then?
Like, for example, we'll see what happens to this guy. He's very skeptical about this stuff. He's like asking everyone and asking, don't you think it's just mental illness and stuff? And so now they're going through his profile of what he was involved with through his research. And then they test if he actually has demons. And you'll see how what happens.
Okay.
Odin's a very powerful demon.
And when I was in India, I worshipped a goddess.
Kali?
Definitely Kali, but Ma goddess Ma. That's an issue.
It's a big issue. It's all false gods. John, I'm not even a third of the way through this thing. You could have every demon on this planet inside you. Now, mind you, if you had gone out to do this with seriously...
See, it's emotion that he's putting on him. He just told him he could have something on him. And then he knows that he's been doing all the stuff that triggers or whatever the demons. So then his mind is now going through a process that's going to think that maybe he does have it and going to act it out maybe.
Hopefully.
That's what you're going to show me, that he's going to have like a demon possession in the end of this?
You'll see.
If it does happen, then I can predict it, see? Aha.
Malevolent intent, you'd be at greater risk. If you said, I'm going to the voodoo witch doctor because I want somebody killed because of whatever. Yeah, of course you kind of did do that.
Islam. I was involved in Islamic ceremonies.
Big problem.
What's the problem?
What is the problem? Who do you think is compelling suicide bombers? Demons. Nice kids. With a hope in the future. Strap a bomb and go blow themselves up. Does that make sense? No. Demons.
I was involved with the Mormons, and I got my hand on some of the undergarments and I wore them.
That was not a smart thing to do, because those garments come with a curse.
This guy brainwashing him, or hypnotizing, that's the word.
You are a picture of Israel. This is what Israel constantly did. They always drawn away by other nations.
See, his hand in the
worship
air.
other gods. God called out a people
Hypnotism.
to teach them about the one true God. And Satan kept trying to pull them off every time in another direction. That's what he's done with your whole life. Boy, you really have some problems, some serious yoga.
See, look at how he keeps on saying you have problems, and then he puts him into a depression. Oh no! I have problems.
Wow.
Because he believes this guy.
I'm kind of surprised looking at this. You become a breeding ground for the devil. Let's start with some basic curse breaking.
This hypnotism 101.
Nasty stuff hanging around you. It wants you because of your Jewish heritage, and because you're talented, you have ability.
Man, he's getting
to influence
close
other
to him.
lives. You're a prize Satan wants. And
Man.
he is out to get you.
Got bad news. Don't talk to him.
Renounce.
All acts of murder and rage.
All acts of murder and rage.
I'd like you to keep your eyes and look directly at me when you say these things. I renounce the spirit of lust.
I renounce the spirit of lust.
Of murder.
Murder.
And all acts of the occult.
And all acts of the occult.
Now I separate those things which he did with journalistic intent.
Now the book, of course, his trigger.
Was involved.
Do you see that?
And I come against the forces of darkness, and I bind you by the authority of Jesus Christ. And every spirit that sought to have him because of those rituals and those ceremonies. And I bind you, keep your eyes on me, I bind you by the authority of Jesus. And every purpose that you brought against this man,
what is he
you will
doing?
not succeed. And I command in the name of the Lord
This is
Jesus Christ,
uncomfortable.
and I subject you to the
I mean,
authority
he looks like
of
he's
the Holy
uncomfortable
Spirit.
too.
In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And I come against every one of these blood
He
paths.
just touched
And I
him.
come against the spirit of murder.
That
And I
was a
subject you
bad.
to the word of God. In the name of the Lord Jesus, I subject you.
Yep, hypnotism 101.
Grab it, grab it. Grab it, grab it. Okay, let him go. Sit up. Now, I may have to have your help, Roland. You may not want to be on camera, but I may have to have physical assistance here. This is serious. This is very serious. Okay, John? Yeah. You're a coward, Satan. You're a coward. You're a coward. Who's chief? You want the sword?
Trigger words.
Who's chief? Who is chief? Papa Gede. Papa Gede? You must have loved it when that voodoo witch doctor spilled the blood, didn't you? You're still not so sure it was such a bad thing? I thought it was just a little research, wasn't it? I take a 3-fold cord from Ecclesiastes 4 and I bind your hands together. Get up, Papa Gede. Out of him in the name of Jesus.
Come out of him.
Come out. Come out of him. Go to the pit. Out of it.
Out. Every part of him. Pit. Every part of him. Out of him.
I'm not feeling the goosebumps in this one.
We subject to the sign of the cross. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In the name of the Lord God of Israel. We're not done yet. I'll let you get up and rest for a minute, John.
I've never seen John look like that before. I've never seen anything like it. And there was something in the room. The whole room was different.
You could feel it.
Yeah, the whole room was different.
Because he got emotional into it too. That's what happens when you get triggered. Your body goes into like paralysis and stuff. Almost. And then
I
into,
hope you're right.
mind. Yep, it happens to me a few times in my life.
I hope it's just he's just hypnotizing the guy, but but it doesn't seem like it. I've seen hypnotism, and this you'll see what happens after this. You'll see.
It hypnotizes everybody else in the room too. Don't forget that. And maybe people through that are watching it like right now, it could hypnotize us a little bit. Because it's putting thoughts in our head and stuff. So of course, it's like a movie or whatever. It's our own brains that conjure up the notion of these demons and stuff.
I hope you're right.
That if they're in our own world or in our own local, whatever you call it. I'm bad at analogies or talking about properly things. Because I don't even know why I can't even talk now. That's weird. I don't feel any problems, so just don't want to say the wrong thing. Maybe I don't know. Stopping myself. Okay.
Okay, John. Now look, you got some serious Satanism demons inside you, some serious voodoo demons, and they're nasty. This is nothing compared to what you're going to see. This is just the start. I renounce Hinduism. I renounce Hinduism. I renounce Zen.
So wasn't he just doing just fine without this guy telling him that he was being possessed and everything? It seemed like he was just telling him about his progress, and then all of a sudden he gets told that he has all these problems, and then of course he's gonna have a act out.
I renounce Zen.
The Cohen that I spoke?
The Cohen that I spoke.
I renounce the Ku Klux Klan?
I renounce the Ku Klux Klan.
And their Luciferian roots. I renounce having worn the undergarments of Mormonism, the gods of Odinism, the fatwa I was involved with in Islam, the Freemasonry ceremonies, the demons that entered into me through peyote. I renounce all African ceremonies. I renounce the voodoo in Haiti, curse I brought against my ex-girlfriend, the chicken that was sacrificed.
The chicken that was sacrificed. I break all these curses.
In the name of Christ.
In the name of Christ.
You want to be free from them?
I do.
We're going to push this thing right through now, John. You have to go. Look at the people of God. They all agree. We all agree. Anyone legal right to be there? Legal right to be there. Wipe my finger. Come out of me. Say abominations. I must go. I must go. Oh my God. We all go. We all go. Now. Now. To the pit. Say pit. Say pit. Get him up. Get him up. Watch out. Say pit. Say pit. Say pit. Say pit. Say pit. Say pit. Just relax and breathe, John. Relax and breathe. Steady, man.
And so
that was it?
No. There was just
for that guy?
Yeah, that for that guy, yeah.
Didn't have any problems ever since then?
Not what I've heard about, but he said he watched the footage and he said he totally blacked out. I don't know if he's still an atheist, but you can watch his other videos. He's like super atheist and makes fun of everything. Yeah, he didn't make fun anymore. He didn't make fun of anything anymore. I only put some small snippets of the whole videos of his stuff that he made. So you can, if you want, you can check the rest some other time, or when you have time. But you can go and look at his videos. He I think he's really was an atheist, and I don't know if it's the same now.
How long ago was that?
What, his videos?
Yeah, that video that we just watched. I mean,
I'm not
the
sure.
actual video, not the one you edited.
I'm not sure. I'll check if I can. Let's watch the video finish, and I'll send you his work.
Okay.
When I was meditating on this, a spirit entered the room, and it was much more powerful than I could handle or I could overcome. And so I was filled with fear. And so I tried using all the tools Islam had given me. In the name of Allah, I command you to leave. You know, Satan, I rebuke you, kind of things. And I used all those, and nothing was helping. At that moment, I was totally desperate, and I felt like it is choking me, choking the life out of me, and I felt like I'm dying in that cell. And I just cried out to the heavens, and I said, God, in Farsi, Khuda, help me. And immediately I heard a voice, just as clear as you hear my voice today, saying, bring the name of Jesus. And at that moment, I really seriously did not give it 1 second of thought. I feel like going back, I was drowning. A man that is drowning, you throw a rope, they never question you about the color of the rope. You just grab on. And so I did. I said, Jesus, if you are true, show me yourself. And to this day, I have no idea, obviously going back, I'm thinking, why did you word it that way? Why didn't you just say, Jesus, help me? I don't know why, but that's the way it came out. And before I was finished with the sentence, everything was back to normal. Now, that was not my conversion. That was the beginning of my confusion.
The clip from when I told the spirit it had to leave in Jesus' name. In the name of Jesus, you are going to leave. You're uninvited. Now he's going to go where Jesus sends him and not come back. And what you hear is what can only be described as a scream. It was the strangest thing I've ever heard. It scared me, to be quite honest. Because it sounded inhuman. I sent the file to my husband.
Being an audio engineer, I took it into my laptop and I looked at it in the waveforms to see, okay, who edited this and, you know, where's the edit happen? And it's not there. So this is like a real clip of audio. And so it freaked her out. And she started realizing that there was power in Jesus' name.
Our Father in heaven and his Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. And I place the blood of Christ on Rebecca right now.
That one again.
My questions that I had within myself began to be answered, and I knew that if those demonic spirits was real, if the devil was real, you know what I'm saying, and he was offering me a way, then I knew that God was real. So what I started to do, I grabbed a piece of paper that I had my pad or whatever, and I just started to write, you know what I'm saying, started to repent.
May God help us to wake up to the fact that his word declares that we are not wrestling against mere flesh and blood, but against Satan and the demonic spirit hierarchy that are hell-bent on bringing as many people to the lake of fire with them as they can. While Satan wants your soul damned, please understand that God loves you and states that he does not want you to perish and go to hell. God's will is that all would be saved and come to repentance and turning from a life of sin and rebellion against God to salvation in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ created you and gives you the choice of eternal life or eternal damnation. He's the only one who paid for your sins against God on the cross, and you must either accept his death on your behalf or choose to pay for your sins and be eternally separated from Christ in the lake of fire. We hope and pray that you make the wise choice and choose life rather than eternal damnation. May God open our eyes and give us the power to resist and reject the temptations of popular artists and renounce the evil works of darkness and to give...
I don't think we need to hear it anymore.
Okay, here's the thing, John Safran. That's one of his episodes that he made, where he makes jokes about religions and stuff. But he didn't make jokes about religions anymore when he tested to see if he had demons. It shocked him a lot.
Hypnotism can change a person. And
Yeah,
people
so-
do black out in hypnotism a lot too. So
Yeah, so there's still a lot of other evidence I have for demons, but we should probably end it there. Otherwise, we're gonna take
past
perhaps
5
someday-
hours.
Yeah, this is the longest debate or
Yeah.
friendly discussing I have ever had, perhaps.
Yeah, I've been on a 9-hour one.
Yo, how did you handle that? How do you?
Just sit down and listen.
But don't you have to go with bathroom breaks and stuff? Or
Yeah, I did. Turn off the camera, Mike, and they talked. It wasn't just me.
yeah. So it's John Safran versus God is these I think his episodes, or what do you call it? So his name is John Safran, it seems. But yeah, so it was fun, Top Talk.
Yeah.
Someday perhaps we'll talk again. Thanks for providing me with a few explanations of how we can perhaps explain away this evidence.
Have you
I'm
ever
glad-
been to my forum on Speed Site?
I don't think so.
I wonder if I made it since the last time. See.
You
In
can
the
give it
private
to me.
chat. Put it in the public too.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yep.
Tomorrow I'm going to go kite surfing, so I should probably sleep. It's like 3
Yep.
in the morning already.
Okay.
So it was a lot of fun, man. Thanks for
Yep.
everything.
Yep.
Cheers,
and
man.
to the end, stay curious.
Yep.